Initiative, the tabletop role-playing stream where the audience influences the story. I, of course, am Ben, and or Benjamin, as I'm known on the internet. And with me, I have Seth, otherwise known as Nbibanchi, who will be playing today as your dungeon master. Go ahead and say hi to everyone, Seth.
You really, it's been a couple months of this, and you still are getting in the swing of that, huh?
What do you mean getting in the swing of that?
Well, you keep saying, I'll be playing today as, and then you go, the dungeon master.
Listen, we did 49 episodes of Bedlam. We need to do 49 episodes of Descent before I can unlearn that. And then when we switch back to me DMing again, I'll have to do another 49 episodes to relearn that. So it'll be a whole thing.
Yeah, no, it'll be great and fine and good. How are we doing today, friends? It's been a week for me. It's good. Things are good, so good. So I'm glad to be playing. I'm really excited. I'm very interested in what will happen today. So should we just like get into it, or yeah?
I don't got any problems with that. You got any problems with that, boys?
I don't
If
think
you
so.
do, hang on. If you do, you can take it up with the complaint box. This is the complaint box.
Oh, okay. I love that
go ahead.
I love that you have two guns, and one of them looks very real, and the other one's like, that's like an old, like, kind of.
No, they're both replicas.
Really?
Yep.
I feel like the one you
One's
just
a
had.
357 Magnum.
I feel like the one you just had. I look at that and I'm like, nah, that's a prop gun. But the other one.
No, it's based on a real gun. It is a prop gun, but it's based on a real gun.
Right. But the other one, I feel like I see that one and I'm like, nah, that's a real gun. It's not, but it looks like one.
You can load it like a real gun.
Yeah, maybe that's why. I don't know. Anyway, completely irrelevant to anything. I want to play this fucking game, so let's do that.
Okay.
How about that? Hey, how about
Sure.
that? Okay, great. Perfect. Anyway, so for those of you who may not have been here last episode or need a little bit of a refresher, just a little bit of a recap. Last episode was a big episode. I feel like we finally got to our fateful destination, the Revelia. Finally, circus carnival vibes for all. Oh god, what did we do? We followed our party through the woods, where they followed a ticket of the Revelia through a wall of mist, where time kind of slowed down for a minute. Some strings of light sort of passed through all of them and then continued forward like nothing had happened. We entered the realm of the Revelia itself. A lot of stuff happened immediately. So, just sort of a quick recap of the recap. You met Dr. Stella, who gave you some important warnings about survival, and about the horrors of something called clown corruption that is apparently rampant in the Revelia.
Started calling it getting clowned.
Of course, yep, absolutely. that happened. We saw a parade where you saw one of Hecna's famed pets, Snout, was being paraded quite literally through the streets to something called the Naughty Corner. You then met a very bombastic, colorful, always happy, always smiling person named Pinky, with cotton candy hair, a clown costume, and a bright red nose on a unicycle. And their sort of counterpart and also antithesis map or mapu or however you want to say that.
The bastard that I still maintain I should have gotten to make an attack roll on that bitch. But whatever.
a map that was once a man made of living skin.
Let me murder that bitch.
He did try very hard to, like,
man does
stay
not
with you.
understand personal space. He does
No.
not understand the bubble. He does not understand, and frankly, he deserves to get stabbed. But he somehow got to avoid that.
Yeah, like, lucky for him, he's still alive. Although in this place of where, you know, sort of everything is not really in your control, who's to say what final death would look like for someone like him?
Who says I want final death? I just want to stab him so he feels it.
Valid. So after meeting Dr. Stella and Pinky, you then went to the Lost and Found, where you met the Corvid Locke, who is the sort of proprietor of the place, who was under attack, and who Neve very quickly helped out of that kind of rough situation, where you learned that he is sort of a, not only a merchant, but also a very important source of information in this place.
What was his name again?
Locke.
Okay. I wanted to point something out with regard to Stella. I think I brought it up last session that Ailstain was like, well, can you tell me about that, like, alchemical formula to, like, unclown someone? Because I'm a bit of an alchemist myself, because he has proficiency with alchemist supplies. And after the session, I thought about it more, and I was like, you know what? Not only does he have, like, proficiency with, like, alchemy, but, like, I think the specific type of alchemy that he would know about would be perhaps useful to this, because it literally deals with mutation.
Maybe something
like the whole thing about blood hunters is they're mutated people. So it's like if the clown shit mutates you in any way, I don't know.
Yeah, definitely something to speak more with her on later. She definitely only gave you a brief rundown and then was like, I cannot stress to you enough. I cannot stay here. It is not safe. And then promptly ran away. Specifically right before the parade. So, you know, who knows what that was about. And then afterwards, you took a job from Locke, who said that he might have some information for you regarding the children and possibly Neve's sort of group, but needed to know if he could trust you, and so gave you a job to see how well you do. And then afterwards, you went and got your tickets from the ticket booth. You met the marionette Polly, had a brief little conversation with her, and then you headed to the Midway on your way to the petting zoo and had a fun little encounter with Hecna. And, you know, just a really great conversation overall. Definitely nothing bad. Definitely not about to enter combat this very moment. So that's how last episode went. But before that,
I will say there was a rhyme and reason to doing what I did at the end of the last session. But I wanted to ask you, actually, because we didn't really get to talk about it because we kind of wrapped up really quickly right at the end last session. Ailstain was like, you know, he was using his sword to like sense for aberrations.
yes.
And so I guess the two things that I was curious about is if he got the feeling that perhaps Hecna was an aberration, and then also if the two people who like pulled up on him were aberrations.
Fantastic questions, and I will answer them for you right away. Yes, to both of those things.
All three.
Yes.
So the two guys that came up and Hecna.
So yes. And I should have mentioned this last episode as well. once you moved fully like into the Revelia, you sense aberrations everywhere. They are, it's like
every person is one.
it's like 1 out of 2 people that you meet is an aberration. Like they're ever certainly like almost every single person you see working there, and some of the like revelers as well.
Was Pinky?
Such a fantastic question. Hold on.
Oh my god. Chat's gonna be devastated by this.
Oh fuck. I don't immediately have
Everyone liked Pinky.
I don't immediately have Pinky's stat block.
We can fix her.
In front of me. Hold on. Do something funny.
Opal will do anything for women.
I
have come to learn.
Say something funny while I look for this.
Peepus.
No.
There's a McDonald's in the Pentagon. I look at the McDonald's in the Pentagon. Yeah, there's not a bunch of spots for lunch, but it's a killer kickback. Flipping up the Big Macs.
I found out I can do a soundboard even for Seth when Seth is streaming. Boys.
Oh, I didn't figure out how to stream the music to you. I just realized, so oops.
Oh my god, there's the clown music playing right now?
No, it's not. There's just regular music playing.
Oh.
But
there's no music playing for me.
It's just really quiet. But when I do play the cloud music, you won't hear it.
I'm telling you, there's nothing coming through for me.
How about now?
Now it is.
Yeah, it was just really quiet. Anyway. I don't know. I want to say yes. I'm just going to say yes because I don't know immediately, but I'm pretty sure. Anyway. So, that is what happened last episode. But before we return to the midst, or to the beginning of combat. What?
Sorry, I missed that. Did you say what if Pinky was an
Oh
apparition?
my god,
Sorry.
listen to me.
I was reading chat.
I said I don't immediately have it in front of me, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Sorry. I got distracted reading chat. That happens to me. I have a problem.
Listen. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. But yeah, before we return to where we left off. Once again, we take a brief foray into Ailstain's past. Today's flashback, today's memory, an important one. Not that the others haven't been important. I think all of them have been telling in their own ways. But today's maybe a little more personal. We see Ailstein laying in an infirmary. Tossing and turning in a fitful rest. And then at once jolts awake. Sort of deep gasp. Like sort of following that feeling of when you're falling asleep and you feel like you're falling and then you wake up. We see sitting in a chair next to his bed, Amber. Notably, she looks different. But maybe only to those who know where to look. She is how do I put it in terms. She is where once
Spooky.
she was prey, she is now predator. Her eyes is sort of where once they were a sort of grassy emerald green, they are now a shimmering gold. And she holds herself with a sort of newfound confidence. We see she, after you awaken, sort of like lets out this like sigh that feel like the weight of the world has been lifted off of her chest. She's like, I was starting to think you'd never wake up. You fucking made it.
Wouldn't wake up. Oh, that's right. The mutations. I really felt like I was dying back there.
Yeah, I mean, they says you almost did. Said you took the mutagens pretty well at first, but there was some kind of complication. There was like some kind of lingering magic on you that was interfering with the ritual or something. They asked me if you died before. You ain't died before, have you?
What? No. I think I remember something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, regardless, they said that the process took. So, we're blood hunters now.
Holy shit! You survived yours too!
Of course I did. I mean, not to brag, but I was up and at 'em like 12 hours later.
Oh, well, now I'm afraid to ask. How long was I out?
Well. You see, she kind of like tucks her hair behind her ears. She says, bad news. You missed a few birthdays.
What?
I'm kidding. You were out. I'm kidding. You were out for about 5 days. 3 days. A little longer than most, but not too bad.
He grabs his pillow and throws it at her face. You're lucky I'm still weak or I'd kick your ass.
She dodges out of the way. Yeah, okay. Take it easy, all right? You survived the hardest part, okay? We're in the home stretch now.
Finally. Soon as I'm back to 100, we bolt.
Well, so listen. So it turns out I took the mutagens like really well. Like better than most.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. You always been the overachiever.
Yeah, well. Look, they said I could become stronger still. But I'll need to stay a while longer. Continue training and taking the cocktails, the mutagens that they mix. They said I could be among the strongest blood hunters, like, ever.
All right, look, I don't doubt you could, but that wasn't part of the plan. We don't need to be the best, just good enough to get decent contracts.
Well, that's the thing. Listen, there's a big contract they want to send me on, but they want me at my, absolute peak, It'll stay in the numbers they were throwing up. We'd be set for life.
Listen, I just don't think we should push our luck. Hell, I barely survived my mutations.
And you won't need to survive anything more. I'll be the only one undergoing more. And again, they said I'm guaranteed to handle it. It's practically free money.
He goes to say something, but he stops as he sees, he looks in her eyes again, obviously don't look as they used to now that they're gold. But he looks into her eyes, and he sees like a sense of hope, I think, that he's like never seen in any of his friends before. Like a hope for a future. And he says, we're doing it for them, right?
Always.
All right. We'll stick around a little longer. I think there's a few ceremonies left they want me to participate in anyway. Something specific to Profane Soul Order. I don't know. Kestrel ain't telling me much. But you tell me the details of that contract once you know them. Don't go running off without me.
You see she kind of like gently pushes you in the shoulder. And being pretty weak, I feel like you maybe like, she's like a little stronger than she realizes, and you're a little like weaker than you think. And she goes, never. And anyway, get some rest, okay? We gotta train again, so I can see how much faster you've gotten. And we sort of pan out from this scene. The two continue in sort of hushed, quiet conversation, but that is not for us to see. The memory...
Telling secrets.
The memory fades, and reality sets in. You're back in the Revelia. In the midst of something quite serious. So, you were in a crowd of people, two of whom stepped forward initially, and now that the crowd has sort of parted to make way, a third steps in from behind. And
You were like, this fight's too easy.
You see these three, they're like muscled, like brawny, like they're wearing like colorful like tank tops and like masks and like wrapped up like gloves. They look like boxers or like the carnival equivalent of like a gym bro. And you see that they've each of them have like a mace that looks like it's made out of rock candy. And they all have daggers at their hips, but the blade looks like you know when you bite a lollipop and it's like sharp on the inside, but it's like obviously like that smooth candy in the center. It looks like that. And we see like the confetti from Hecna's like swirl as he disappeared still is like falling to the ground. As these three step forward and they're like, oh, I see. You don't know how to have fun. And they're like kind of like doing that thing where they're like cracking their knuckles and they're like, well, we'll show you how to have some fun around here. And like the people
as they say that,
the
Ailstein
rides are,
pulls
like,
his sword and he twirls it in his hand and he says, all right, but we're playing my games.
Ooh. Roll for initiative while I change the music.
That one-liner popped in my head and I was like, I gotta use that immediately.
Hell yeah.
Ailstein rolled an 18. Well, 16 plus 2.
Fantastic. Will you roll for your friends as well? I'll roll for Neve.
Who all am I rolling for?
Just
Ambrose,
Kaz,
and Neve.
I'll roll for Neve.
Okay. Oh no. Ambrose rolled an 8.
Awesome.
I'm also keeping track so that I can track the order so I can strategize.
Okay.
Kaz rolled an 18 as well.
Oh, fantastic. Who of the two of you?
We both have the same initiative. Should I roll like a tiebreaker roll?
He'll concede to you. You can go
Actually, I think because of that, I think we can just take our turns interchangeably, right?
first. Yeah, you can just
Since we're on the same
decide
team.
who does for what, who goes first. So yeah, it's not super important. So
I think that's how that works.
top of the round. That is you, baby boy. What do you do?
All right, don't call me that.
I'm saying that to you, not about him.
Well, don't call me that.
Oh, okay. Well, then I was saying it about him.
All right. Let me think here.
You see that all of these people who don't really have tokens are the like operators of these rides, and none of them look like this is interesting. Like some of them are like, oh, a fight, like that's interesting. They're like kind of watching, but none of them look like this is like surprising in any way. It seems like fights happen here probably all of the time.
Okay. I think I'm gonna do a pretty light round for Ailstain.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him step forward to both of these guys. And because they seem to be aberrations, rather than attack, I'm gonna use my turn to cast. Well, first I'm gonna activate my right as a bonus action.
Okay.
Which means I gotta take 1d4 damage.
Oh, I would like to ask you a question after you do that.
Sure.
Because I am very kind and very nice, I will ask, that morning when you were tending your sword, did you apply a new oil of sharpness?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so proceed with that in mind.
So yeah, because I fully did not remember to use that last time, is why Seth is bringing it up. I'll make a note of it in my combat notes right here so I don't forget this time.
Fantastic.
Okay. But yes, he activates his Crimson Right, so he takes 1d4 damage. He ends up taking 2 damage. And then instead of an attack, I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good on himself,
Okay.
which does include aberrations. So all of their attacks now have disadvantage on him.
Ooh, oh, on him. Okay, good to know. I will try to keep that in mind.
And I also he also cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Okay, good to know.
So
Fantastic.
so that's his turn.
Okay. So you're
Oh
not
God, I
rolling
should
any
have
attacks.
No, that's my action.
Okay.
He just kind of twirls his sword and cuts his palm and walks forward and says, "Let's play." Cause what's this fucking dude got going on, huh?
He's got a lot going on.
I know he does have a lot going on.
He's a grave cleric. He's really good at healing people when they're down. He's good at making people hear bells and it hurts them a lot. But not initially. That's really only when they're damaged.
Maybe he uses his channel divinity to path to the grave jawbreaker B.
Okay. I will put a little thingy on him. I'll put this skull on him as a like he's been pathed to the grave.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and take away his channel divinity because he only gets 1 per short rest.
And because Channel Divinity is not a spell,
Mm-hmm.
I believe he gets to cast a spell as a bonus action if he has one, which he does.
Correct.
He can summon a spiritual weapon,
You sure
which
can.
takes a form that he chooses.
Correct. Okay. And I'll just put that out as another. I don't have a sword. Fucking guy. So I'll to differentiate it, I'll put it out as a mystery, but I'll label it spiritual weapon.
And I think it does get an attack on the first turn of it existing.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and
Yeah,
roll
when you
that.
cast a spell, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. On a hit, the target must takes force damage equal to 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Okay.
So he does that.
Fantastic. Well, it appears right here. Well, yeah, we'll say it appears here. Or wherever you want him to have appeared it.
You want me to roll the attack?
Yeah, if you want to take care of that, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, he has a +5 to that, though. 15.
15 hits.
Nice. And then that's 1d8. Fucking d8. There it is. Oh, max 8, baby. It takes 11 damage.
Jesus. All right. B takes 11 damage. Oh shit, I forgot to write down there. Fucking healths. But that's okay.
What form does his weapon take, by the way?
He summons a great sword.
Oh, perfect. So that's slashing damage. Which means
Did you add the path to the grave to that?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think since he has vulnerability to it, it does even more damage.
Okay.
It would actually do double because he has vulnerability to it. So that's 22 damage.
Jesus Christ. All right.
This is your guy that you built.
I'm aware. I built a fucking brick shithouse. Okay, fantastic. He really did not fucking like that. Not quite bloodied, but ooh, he looks like he really didn't like that. The spiritual weapon appears as this like sort of dark steel not halberd, great sword with this like glowing red and like greenish energy. And it just fucking takes a chunk out of this dude's shoulder. And you see he gets hit and he starts laughing as blood is like dripping down his arm. And this guy's like laughing maniacally as he's like, and there's just this wild like entertainment in his eyes. As he's like, fuck yeah.
And so none of these people look like the workers, do they? Like where they had like that, like holding back tears in their face or whatever kind of look
None
to
of
them.
these people,
Um, one more thing before he ends his turn. I think Kaz should step forward to Jawbreakers. See, I think he sent that weapon over to behind them, and then he's going to focus on this one that's walking toward Ambrose.
C or A?
C.
Okay, do you want him to like pull up on him?
Yeah,
Okay.
just so that if he tries to move anywhere, he gets an attack of opportunity.
Okay, no worries. Okay, fantastic. So that is...
Oh, can I move him? I can move him.
Yeah,
Okay.
you should be able to move him. I gave you permissions. All right. So, that is your two turn. That is yours two's turns.
Used to.
Yours two's. And now it is their turn. All of them are going on the same initiative just to make it easier on me.
Okay.
So, We'll just go down the line. So A is currently engaged with you. And
Oh my god, we're engaged?
yes. And so he is going to take 2 attacks on you.
Lovely.
What's your armor class?
16. He has disadvantage on any attacks on me, though.
Oh, correct. He does.
Protection from evil and good, baby.
Sorry, you said is 16?
Yes.
Okay, both miss.
Hell yeah.
You see that he brings down his this hard candy mace, and he's just wildly swinging it in your direction. He's like, come on, and is just fucking swinging this thing around.
I think he's just casually dodging back and forth, and he says, "Damn, you couldn't hit the broad side of a barn, pal."
He starts laughing. He's like, "Oh, you got jokes? Hey, this guy's got jokes." And then Jawbreaker B goes.
Protection from evil and good is so fucking goated, chat.
This is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Who does he attack? Because the spiritual weapon's right there, but you are also within range. I think that he wants blood. And Heckna said specifically to show, you a good time.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's gonna hit the fuck out of you.
Okay. Did he crit me?
Well, he has disadvantage, so... but the first attack still hit. Let me see if the second one hits. It would have been a crit if he didn't have disadvantage.
Hell yeah.
And sorry, one more time. It's 16?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one hits, second one misses. Which is good for you. So I'll just go ahead and roll some fun little dice here. Okay. How much health do you have? Just as a.
Why are you blinking like that?
No, just a quick. How much health? How much health do you have?
26 currently.
Okay.
Because I'm down 2.
He does 16 damage to you.
Okay. I'm gonna say, hang on. Give me 1 second.
Oh, and this is off of him now. So.
I'm gonna say maybe he doesn't do that actually.
Oh. In fact?
I'm gonna say maybe he actually doesn't do that much damage actually.
Okay. Do you want to tell me why?
Because he's gonna activate Blood Shroud on his Amulet of False Endurance and use all 3 charges to roll 3d4 to prevent that 16 damage. So let me see how much that gets reduced by.
Okay. Well, no. So you don't have to roll. So again,
What?
it was stupid because on Roll20 or on D&D Beyond it wouldn't let me add it in set numbers. It's 5, 10, or 15. If you use all 3 charges, it negates 15 damage.
I think that's for the false life, right? But the
No.
Blood Shroud specifically, in the description you wrote, it
It
says
says-
reducing damage by 1d4 plus 1.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess if I wrote that, then that's how it is. So yeah.
I
guess
mean,
go
I
ahead.
understand why you wrote that because it encourages you to actually use the false life function too, because otherwise you should never use it.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm rules lawyering my
I know.
own fucking damage.
Myself, listen. It was also a long time ago that I wrote that, so I don't really remember what it says.
A 1 and 2 4s, so that's 5 plus 5, that's 10 plus 2, 12.
Nice.
12 damage reduced from that, so I think it's only 4 damage.
Yeah, nice. Fantastic. Really good for you.
Do you want to describe what it looks like, or should I come up
do
with
it.
something? I don't know what the
Well, so
amulet of
it's
false endurance does,
so it's the
like visually.
it's the sort of dark wolf-headed necklace with the ruby eyes that Laurent had given to you. And when activated, the eyes glow that sort of iridescent ruby red. And because all of the charges have now been expended, the color leaves the eyes. And it sort of like, we'll say the color sort of like leaches from the eyes and sort of does like a shield in front of the mace attack and causes him to not do as much damage.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Well, we're only down to 22 now. Not even bloodied.
Fantastic.
I think he looks over at him. He's like, "Really, 2 of yous, and you can't even land a good hit?"
Ooh. Yeah, you, these two are like, they're kind of playing around with you. And they're like, you know, they're jeering you. They're like, oh yeah, fucking out for blood. Like they're laughing. They're like, you know, bantering with you. And then you turn around and you watch one of these jawbreakers put their like mace through Kaz's shoulder and out the other side.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Let's roll damage for that, shall we? Yeah, so that's 12 damage to Kaz. Or no, I'm sorry. That's 24 damage to Kaz. So Kaz, you watch as these guys are kind of jaunting with you. You turn around and Kaz is unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood.
Oh my god, what?
Yeah.
How much damage did it do to him?
He crit. So he did all of Kaz's
my
health
God!
in one hit. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That's absurd. Okay. All right. Well.
You see Ambrose, like his jaw fully like dislocate, and he's like, "Oh, okay. Oh, I thought we were like kind of having fun for a second. Oh my god." And you see Neve goes, "Don't worry, it's fine. I'll get him up. Just focus on them."
You'll do what to him? Sorry.
It is Ambrose's turn. What would you like him to do?
Jesus. Well, so wait, Neve has like an ability she can use?
Neve has
Is she saying?
Neve has healing, is what she's saying. She says like, you know.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Well, unfortunately, Ambrose has like no really good combat abilities. This man is not built for combat at all.
He's an advisor.
He does have dissonant whispers though, but unfortunately his fucking save for it is god awful.
He's got his starry wisp. He's got shocking grasp.
Yeah, those are cantrips. Those don't do much at all.
He does have his new 2nd level spell.
Shatter? I mean, these aren't like crystalline enemies though.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It still does damage.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like Dissonant Whispers upcast to level 2 might be more useful.
Okay. Yeah.
How does that math work out? 5d6 versus 3d8. I think that's better.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
The question is, do I want to try and make them do a save? Because his saves are only DC 12, Chad. This man is not built for combat. And he has 3 constitution. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say he upcast Dissonant Whispers on them as level 2.
Okay. Which one's
On
specifically?
Jawbreakers C.
Okay, and what is that?
That's a Wisdom save, and he'll take 5d6 damage or half the damage if he saves on the check. It's a DC 12 Wisdom save. I will say these guys don't seem particularly wise, so maybe they won't save. I don't know.
That's a 12 on the die, plus 1.
Oh, well, they saved it, so they take half as much damage. Let me roll all these d6.
Yeah.
Luckily I have exactly 5d6 with me.
Fantastic.
That's the sound of death, chat. 11 plus the 3, that's 14, so half that to 7.
Okay. To just
If they
see?
hadn't, yes, that's just to see. If he wouldn't have saved, chat, he would have had to run away and be afraid. But
Would have been good. Takes that damage. Doesn't like it, but he kind of like takes it like you take a hit of cocaine. Like he goes, whoa, because it's like psychic damage.
he's hearing the whispers of his dearly departed.
And you see that Jawbreaker C, by the way, once Cause is down, he just steps over him and goes to the next.
Mm-hmm.
So is that all of Ambrose's turn?
Well, I mean, if Jawbreaker, oh fuck, so okay, he can't back up then, is what
Yeah.
you're saying.
He's within range.
Damn, you did that after his turn was over.
I'm sorry.
Son of a bitch.
Well, you know what? I did forget to do it after his turn, so we'll say that he just stayed there for now.
Yes. Ambrose, get the
I'll be
fuck
very
away.
nice
You
about
you are not capable of combat. Take a step back, sir. He stands over, I guess, 5 feet over here.
Okay, he kind of steps under
actually-
this tent.
Here.
Oh, like, okay, yeah, he really backs up into this tent. You see that the person running the tent is like, and he's like, I'm just gonna stand over here. Like, don't even worry about it.
browsing.
I'm just browsing. It's totally fine. Well, this is a game that he's like stepped up to. See, the person's like,
Oh,
"Do you
I
wanna
might play. Maybe.
And he's like, "Oh, maybe."
I'm thinking about it.
I don't know. Yeah, let me look. Fantastic. Now it's Neve's turn. You see, she takes a quick peek around and is like, I don't like this. So she is going to. Let's see.
Oh wait, he could have taken a bonus action.
Okay, take his bonus action.
He'll give Bardic to Neve, doing whatever she's about to do.
Okay, fantastic. I'll go ahead and mark off that Bardic for him. I did, by the way, realize when I was in your previous fight with the werewolves, I was describing one of her story forms with the ability of another one. So that was my bad. She was not under the sign of the chalice and throwing arrows. That was not what was happening. She was under an archer sign throwing arrows. What Neve is going to do is she's going to use her action. Nope, she can't do that. Okay, just kidding. Yeah, she's just gonna use, okay, so she's gonna use a bonus action, to second level healing word cause. So that is
Okay.
4d4 plus 3, which I will roll. So Kaz comes back with 8 health.
Oh.
So that's great for him. Fantastic.
Does he have any potions on him?
Yeah, we'll say that Ambrose, after that last battle, handed off one of his potions of healing to him.
There we go. Bonus action, drink a potion on his turn. He'll be all right.
He'll be fine. Okay, and that
Drink
was
a potion.
that was just her bonus action. So she still has an action. It was a spell. So she can only do a cantrip. However, she is badass as fuck. So she, raises Kaz from unconsciousness. And then fully pulls up on this jawbreaker here, blocking his path forward. And she's like, "Oh, you want to play? Let's play." And her like acid claws come out, and she takes a swipe at him. And let's see.
Careful, you're gonna make chat horny again.
Fuck, she misses, unfortunately. He's like, "Oh, he's like, "Oh, I'm game," and like dodges out of the way. But she did get Kaz back up, so at least that's something. And that is her turn. And so now it is back
Nice.
to top of the order, which is you and Kaz.
Fuck yes, trying to fucking kill this guy. Okay.
Ooh, he's about to take a lot of damage.
Fantastic. We love to
Let's
hear
roll an
it.
attack first before I say that. Well, we know that their AC is at least 15, maybe less. Which is good because I just rolled a 15.
Fantastic. That hits.
Which means I have a few things to roll now. So let's roll base damage.
Wait,
Actually, no, I didn't roll a 15. I rolled a 17.
sorry.
No, 18.
Can Bardic? I can't remember. Can Bardic be used on attack rolls?
It can. Well, I believe that's what we've been doing. I think it depends on your school. You
That's
want to rewind and have
I was gonna
Kaz
say because Neve could have
or have Neve
probably hit
reroll.
with her Bardic, but it's okay.
You're the DM. You make the choices there.
I just think it'll be more helpful for you if probably she hits.
Okay. All right. Sorry, that was the tape being rewound.
His Bardic is a D6, so. Oh yeah, she got a
We
6
do-
on that, so that hits. Oops. Don't worry about
Nice.
it. It's fine. Okay, fantastic. So that takes 5 damage. Good. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
But yes, I rolled technically an 18 because I quickly checked, and Oil of Sharpness doesn't just add +3 to damage; it adds +3 to attack as well. So that's a fuck ton.
Yes. Also,
Um,
don't forget, all of you still have your heroic inspiration, which you can use at any time.
Honestly, I hate using my inspiration points on combat rolls because I feel like rolls outside of combat, typically, not always, but typically can sometimes be more important, I guess.
Yeah. Completely
Uh,
up to you.
but anyway, so I get to roll. Hang on, I have to remind myself how my feats work. It's been a minute. It's been a fucking minute since I've used these.
Hey, your feet's work. Put one in front of the other.
Yeah, you're right. Yes. Okay, so I can re-roll this. So I'm gonna roll twice with 2d6.
Okay. Since you and Kaz are going at the same time, he's gonna bonus action pop that potion of healing.
Oh, okay.
Just while you're doing this, so we can get that out of the way.
Okay, reroll 1s and 2s on damage dice or attack. Okay, yes. Sorry, chat. I'm reminding myself how all of this works. Okay, yes. So I reroll that, and then I get to reroll 1s and 2s. So reroll this 2. I got a 2 again, so that's okay. I'm not going to use that. I got a 5 and a 4. That's a 9 plus 3, 12, plus 3 from the sharpness. That's 15. Plus a lot of pluses. 1d4 lightning damage. Max damage, that's a 4, baby. So that's 19 total damage.
Jesus. On which one?
Jawbreaker B, since he's already wounded. Let's see if we can get this dude fucking out of commission.
Okay.
Am I forgetting anything else? I don't think I am. I did the sharpness, did Crimson Right. Yes, okay.
So
That's all that stuff.
That was 19 overall?
Yes.
Ooh, he is bloodied. Very, very bloodied. You smack the shit out of him. And he goes, and you see, like, he's, like, coughing up, like, blood. And it's, like, coming out of his mouth. And he's like, maybe you're funny after all.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, where's all the big talk? I thought you was gonna play.
You see, Kaz, after Neve heals him, he sits up, immediately drinks the potion, stands up, kind of brushes himself off, and he's no longer bloodied. So he's like, all right. He's like, I'm good. I'm good.
Back into the game, Kaz. See, I knew you knew how to play.
He's like, yeah, I just, caught me off guard. All right, so his bonus action was taking the potion, so he does not, I believe, does a spiritual weapon act on its own after it's cast, or does he have to use a bonus action to have it attack?
I think he does need to use a bonus action. Yeah, it's a bonus action on your turn. You can move the weapon up 20 feet or repeat the attack against a creature within 5 feet of it. Yeah.
Okay, so he cannot do that. But he has his full other action. So whatever you would like him to do.
This guy is using like a mace, right?
Yes, they each have a mace and a dagger.
I'm gonna say he's gonna cast Ray of Enfeeblement on the one that's next to him.
Okay. And what is the save for that, or is it a spell attack?
It's a spell attack.
Okay.
Want me to roll that?
Yeah. And what does that
Okay.
do to him if it hits?
It will give him disadvantage on attacks that use strength. Oh wait. Oh wait, no. On a hit, the target deals only half damage, not disadvantage. Half damage with weapon attacks that use strength until the spell ends. And since it's a mace, it should be using strength.
Okay, fantastic.
And then at the end of each of its turns, it can make a Constitution saving throw against a spell, and on a success it ends.
Okay. What did you roll?
Rolled a 16. Wow, I'm rolling really low. Thank God for these pluses, dude.
Tis hits. Wait, that didn't make any sense.
His tits?
His tits. He grows tits. He goes, hey,
Is
look
that
at
the
this.
enfeeblement?
This is kind of funny.
He's having a hard time moving because they're just so
He
big.
goes, whoa.
Like, oh, I'm gonna have back problems.
Yeah.
Instant HRT, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So does that do any damage, or it just
It doesn't do any damage, but he needs to make a save to get rid of it, and otherwise all his attacks will be halved in damage.
Is that at the end of his turn?
Yes, at the end of each of the target's turns. So he will have his damage halved next turn that he takes, and then at the end of his turn he can roll again to see if it's gonna happen next turn, and so on and so forth.
Okay. I'll just
That was his last second level spell slot, though.
I'll just put this weird thing on him. So, and that indicates.
I'll also make a note in my notes. Enfeebled.
All right, fantastic. Okay, fantastic.
We'll
And
keep
so
each other honest.
Is that that's Cause's turn?
I think so. Still gets bonus action as action, so
Okay.
he's good.
Tis their turn.
And I don't think
again.
Ailstain has any bonus actions he can take currently. Unless one of these fuckers wants to move.
No, they're all good where they're at, unfortunately. So A and B are both gonna take their swings on you again, both at disadvantage. Okay, that misses. Wait. Yeah, that misses. And that misses as well. Ooh, okay, that hits. And that misses, but it would have been a crit. Thank God for your disadvantage.
They are disadvantaged right now. Oh, I was actually supposed to re-roll concentration because I took damage. I took 6 damage because it was reduced down from however much it was. No, not 6 damage,
took
4
4.
damage.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that for me.
So I need to roll to beat a D10 on a con save.
Yes.
And a 14 will do it.
Okay, fantastic. You take 11 damage.
Oof.
As
What type of damage is this?
it's bludgeoning.
Okay.
As he bludgeons you in the back of the head. As the first one is kind of like missing you and being like, oh, and you're like, oh, come on, fucking hit me. Jawbreaker B fucking clubs you in the back of the head.
I succeeded my concentration save, thankfully.
Fantastic.
Until someone does 20 damage, I'm gonna probably be able to maintain these concentrations.
All right. What is Neve's? Ooh, okay. Jawbreaker sees attacks both land
Oh,
on
I'm bloodied,
Neve.
by the way.
Oh,
Ailstain is fully bloodied. He's got 11 health.
fantastic. All right, both hits land on Neve. Let's go ahead and roll that. Okay, yeah, Neve takes 21 damage. And is
Jesus!
down to 3 health.
Good God!
Immediately bloodied. Yeah, these guys are not fucking around. Hecna really was like, you better start having fun, or guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna fuck around?
Hecna behaves
like-
behaves like an infant.
He said, you're gonna come to my carnival, you're gonna fuck around, you're gonna find out. And so that's what's happening.
Play with my toys and you're gonna play with them correctly or else you're in trouble. I'm gonna call my parents on you. Mom, Dad, they're not playing with my toys right.
I will keep myself honest. That was the one that was enfeebled. So,
Half damage. You're right.
yes.
Damn, I just forgot that.
It was, so it was 5 damage and then 4 damage. So she only takes 9 damage. Thankfully. So not immediately bloodied. Thank God. She's just like, ow, what the fuck? She gets a couple cotton candy, or not cotton candy. She gets a couple rock candy shards like lodged in her chest, and she's like,
It can now roll a
Constitution
save. which I think will be DC 13. Hang on. Let me double check that. Yes, 13.
Does not make it with an 11.
Hell yeah.
Is still enfeebled.
His muscles get so little. He was like a bodybuilder before, but now his arms are like sticks.
All right, that is Ambrose's turn.
All right. So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
This would be really funny if this happened to the dude that hasn't been damaged yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it didn't work last time, but like maybe it'll work this time. Maybe Ambrose will do a cool combat move for once.
Maybe.
He's gonna try Dissonant Whispers again, but this time on the Jawbreaker A since he's undamaged.
Okay.
And hope that he fails his save, but we'll see. And he's gonna upcast it to a level 2 for the extra D6.
All right. I'll go ahead and mark that off for him.
I'll
That's his last
roll.
level 2.
Oh, actually, yes. Okay, I'll roll the damage, and we'll see if we have to have it or not.
Oh, right. That's a wisdom save.
Yes.
He unfortunately does succeed.
Fucking bitch. All right. Well, he takes 7 damage.
Okay. And that is on A.
Yeah.
Okay. No worries.
Man, Ambrose, get a better save DC.
Yeah. Hey, that's not, that's not nothing.
DC 12? Come on.
Yeah. That's not nothing. He still did some damage.
This man desperately needs more charisma.
All right.
This is
and
agonizing.
that is back to Neve's turn. Neve, now that everybody's up and alive, Neve would like to know if you would like her to focus more on healing or doing damage.
To deal with the one back there.
Got it. Heard.
I'll keep
chef.
these ones busy.
She says, heard, chef. She uses her action and her bonus action to assume that starry, just like celestial constellation form. And we see a constellation of an archer appear over her head. And she turns to look at C, just her eyes just pure stars, and she shoots a spectral arrow at him. So let's see. That hits, thankfully, and does 1d8. Ooh, does 5 damage. But that's not nothing. That's not nothing.
I gotta kill the way this is shaken out. I have to kill Jawbreaker B next turn.
Yeah. All right. Does not like that. But
This fucker has to die.
You see, so she assumes her story form. She throws a spectral arrow right into his shoulder, and he just kind of like really hasn't been damaged very much. Just kind of like rolls his shoulder and like keeps going. And that is her turn. Back to top of the order. That is you and Kaz.
All right. I'm gonna roll for. Actually, let's have Kaz use his bonus action to attack this guy with
The spiritual weapon.
his spiritual weapon. Yeah.
Okay. You want to go ahead and roll for that?
Yeah. Keep losing my D20. Oh, no. Does a 14 hit?
Does not hit. But you, yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't.
Damn it, Cause. Damn it. It's all right. This is
Uh-oh.
guaranteed to hit.
The great sword swings, and the jawbreaker like bends out of the way. He's like, "Whoa!"
This is practically guaranteed to hit, because I think total I get a +8 to my hit on my
Jesus
sword at this
Christ.
point. So.
All right.
Oh my god, and I got a nat 20, baby. Yeah, Jawbreaker B's fucking cooked, chat. This man's about to be fucking obliterated. You're about to watch a man get deleted off the face of the earth, okay?
Let's hope.
Let me roll that damage. Let me re-roll the 1s and 2s. Uh, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9's the biggest number. 9 plus 3. I keep getting a lot of 9s. 9 and then plus 3. That's 12. Plus the 3 from the sharpness. That would take it to 15. Double that. Unless you want me to re-roll the damage again for
No, just double
crit.
it. Just double it.
That's 30 damage then.
That's 30 damage.
Plus.
Okay.
Hang on. Hold on.
All right.
I have a feeling that probably killed him, but let's do this right.
Okay.
Plus 1 lightning damage, doubled to 2, 32 damage total.
Awesome. You watch Jawbreaker B like kind of turn around to engage with this like spectral like vampiric weapon, and you.
Ooh. Can I hear me out? I have a really funny way for this to go.
I see. Continue.
If he turns to the spiritual weapon, I want him to say some fucking bullshit. Here, have him say some bullshit to the weapon.
Well, he already did. He was like, "Hey, like fucking watch it there."
And as he says that, Ailstan fucking jabs sees the opening, he jams his sword directly through the back of his neck, and the sword it comes out of his mouth as he's talking.
The crowd around you erupts in laughter and cheers, and people go from booing you to they're starting to cheer for you.
And then as he like has that blade sticking out of the other guy's mouth, he says, "Come on, pal, spit it out!" and pulls the sword back out and turns around to face the other guy.
As you pull the sword out, Jawbreaker B explodes into confetti.
Oh hell yeah!
And you see a couple of red tickets flutter to the ground.
Oh my god, how many?
5.
Oh, well. All right. That's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah.
Damn, let's just go around fucking hunting these guys for sport. let's go assassinating these guys.
Jawbreaker B is dead. You see Ambrose fully in this tent is like, "Oh, thank God."
Fuck. He doesn't have blood though, does he?
He does not have blood. He did explode into confetti. Actually, you know what? They do have blood. I will say you can control his body before he exploded into confetti.
Okay. Because I'm pretty sure it has to be a creature that has like.
They do.
Actually, I don't know that it has to have blood.
They do. No, I think it does have to have blood.
No, when a creature you can see within 30 feet of you drops to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to instill that creature with a final act of aggression. The creature immediately makes a 1 weapon attack against your target of choice.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think it has to have. I
Okay.
don't think it has to be an organic
which
creature.
target? Jawbreaker A?
Definitely Jawbreaker A.
Okay.
I'll use my blood right to make him move.
Okay. And then
And he does more damage.
does it say
this
which
is-
weapon attack or just a weapon attack?
A 1 weapon attack.
Okay. Fantastic. He will roll to hit.
Against the target of your choice. That doesn't say a weapon attack of my choice, I guess.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's fine. He will roll to hit.
But he gets a +2 bonus to its attack roll because I'm rolling to amplify the curse.
He got a 19, so he definitely hits.
Okay. Fuck. I do take 3 damage though from amplifying the curse. But I think that also means he gets +2 bonus to damage.
He does 16 damage to Jawbreaker A.
Make it 18.
No. I added the 2 in there.
Oh, okay. All right. Is Jawbreaker A bloodied?
Hold on. Let me find out. I have to do some math about that. Just not bloodied.
Okay. So yeah, he pulls his sword out of the back of his neck and then shoots a hand forward and like yanks him to the side, like the ribbons in his hand, like uses those to yank him over to the side and smack Jawbreaker A over the head with his mace before he explodes.
Ugh, gross. Or no, I'm sorry. He just is bloodied. That's my bad.
Oh,
I'm really.
He
not,
is bloodied.
Yes, I'm not good at math.
So let's see. He took 16 damage,
Yes.
and then I'm pretty sure Ambrose did 7 damage to him. So that means we're probably looking at 23 health remaining, would be my guess. So then I want to use my bonus action to take that potion that I still have because Aelstain's down to 8 HP.
Okay.
Oh god. 7. God, that was a terrible roll.
Rip.
He's at 15 HP. So I guess
No
he's
longer
technically not
bloodied.
bloodied anymore.
Yeah. Good job. You swallow that potion. You regain a bunch of health, and Jawbreaker A coughs up like half a lung. And it looks like crystallized candy. And you kind of like,
What are the chances that that guy running that store that we talked to, what's his face? Oh god, Locke. What are the chances he has more potions of healing and and oils of sharpness?
you didn't see any. Well, you didn't look at his shop inventory, but I will say you didn't necessarily see any potions in there. You did hear him mention in the food court there being a potion shop. And you do know, I'll say as you actually give me a perception check. Just really quick.
Perception 19.
Oh yeah. So you see through the crowd, and I feel like you maybe kind of clocked them a little.
I know that there's that other shop that would maybe carry potions, right? There's that other one. Fuck, what was it called? It was the souvenir shop.
No, that doesn't have potions either.
Okay.
You know, the shop he mentioned was Felix's Elixirs that has potions. And with that perception check, as you've been walking around the Midway, you have seen these little robotic, they look like jesters almost, but they have one wheel. And they've kind of just been zooming around. You haven't gotten like a great look at them. But one zooms by in the distance, and you kind of just like clock him as he goes by, and you see a sign on him, and it says Heckna's Handy Helper. And it appears that they are like potion dispensers. So they're
I
like,
don't know if I trust them if they're Heckna brand.
it seems like, well, this is his carnival. Everything here is his brand. Let's be clear about that.
Not everything.
You are not going to find a potion that is not in some way Revelia related.
I feel like he's gonna poison me. We need to check all this shit for poison.
But yeah, so it seems to like there are fights happen here so much that there are little robots specifically that go around to give potions to people. So they're around if you need a potion. But they don't seem to enter combat at all. So you don't think you'll get a potion mid-combat. Anyway.
Okay.
Was that... Sorry, that was the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Kaz
Kaz's
actually
turn.
still has his
Action.
his action.
Correct.
He used his Ray of Enfeeblement and his spiritual weapon, so
He
you should
can-
be out of level 2 spell slots.
He can toll the dead. It'll do a d10 of damage since both of these are already injured.
Wait, is that? Hang on.
Yes.
I don't see that. Oh, it's a cantrip.
Yeah, correct. It does a d8 to something that's
let's
not
see if it says,
hurt.
but yeah.
and a D10
Well,
to something that is.
D12.
Oh, d12. So better.
No, I think he's gonna guiding bolt the one in front of him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
That's 46 if it hits.
Fantastic.
Oh my god. Oh no. 12.
Does not hit, unfortunately.
That was ass. God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's not a save, so it doesn't even do half damage. God damn it.
Yeah, he throws that forward. Jawbreaker C just goes like, whoop. Missed. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
All right, and that is back to their turn. So, Jawbreaker A still has disadvantage on you. Both of those miss. And Jawbreaker C hits. I think that he is still... Kaz has not successfully hit him, so I think he's still targeting Neve. However, he is still enfeebled, so he will do half damage.
I think if he was good at following his boss's orders, he would come try to attack Ailstain. But maybe he's not very good. I think Ailstain calls over his shoulder. He's like, damn, you're not very good at listening to your boss, huh? You don't listen to a word he says, huh?
Give me a persuasion check.
Do you hate Hecna? No way. Don't tell me you hate Hecna.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong character sheet. I was like, why does it say +0? But that's because it's Kaz.
You have to beat a 14.
15.
All right. You see that he takes those attacks on Neve, and then he turns to you and he goes, "I don't hate Hecna. Fuck you." And he will attempt to move in your direction.
Oh, but he already took his actions, so I guess he's maybe gonna have to fucking take an attack of opportunity, perhaps.
Well, he sort of sidestepped Kaz, but has not yet left his area of attack.
He would have had to leave Neves.
That is correct. She will go ahead and get an attack of opportunity.
And he has to re-enter her range of attack to get there. Oh, this man's dumb.
Alright. So she just gets just one weapon attack on him. She has a scimitar actually that she's been kind of keeping locked up, and that does hit. He takes 4 damage. Yeah, really not happy. And you know what? And now he is bloodied as well.
Hell yeah.
Oh, but he has to make his Constitution save. What is the DC again for the enfeeblement? It doesn't matter. He got a natural 20.
Oh, okay.
So
No
the
longer enfeebled, I guess.
enfeeblement ends. He did. It did help Neve just now, but it is gone now. But now they are both bloodied. And that is back to Ambrose.
All right, Ambrose. What do you got going on here, pal? You don't got any more level 2 spell slots, unfortunately.
He's got Starry.
At this point, I'm like, yeah, fuck it. There's no point in trying to do saves as Ambrose. None of these saves are ever gonna take.
He's gotta
Well-
get some higher.
Although, Dissonant Whispers is still technically a level 1 spell.
Yeah.
And if they just fail that one time,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can keep
And-
having him
and-
cast it.
like, because if I can get Jawbreaker A to break distance with Ailstain, then Ailstain gets an attack of opportunity, which, frankly, at this point, with the Oil of Sharpness, an attack of opportunity, any extra attacks I can give Ailstain are devastating for them.
Mm-hmm.
So fuck it. If they just fail one time, that'll be enough. Just one time.
Just one time.
Ambrose, I need you to succeed on this for me, pal. I need you to succeed.
Just one time.
All right. Have them do a DC 12 Wisdom save. Come on. These guys can't possibly be very wise.
That's a 16.
God damn it. Well, they take fucking 6 damage.
Okay. They don't like it. He again kind of gives them that like mind fuckery, and he goes, "Get mind fucked." And Jawbreaker goes, "Whoa!" And yep, it is.
I think
That?
I think after this fight's over, Ailstain's gonna sit down with Ambrose and teach him how to be more charismatic so that he can get higher save DCs.
Does Ambrose use his bonus action for anything?
I just don't know that he has anything aside from Bardic. Yeah, fuck it. Give Ailstain Bardic. He might need it soon.
Okay. He will give you his last Bardic. And he's used one of his spell slots. All right. Oh, and Kaz used a spell slot as well. Okay, fantastic. All right. That is Ambrose. It is back to Neve. Neve is like... Sorry, I tried to speak and then I choked on my spit. Neve is like, "And where are you going?" And she, again, uses her bonus action to launch a spectral arrow. Why have I been rolling well for everyone else? For the monsters and not for... It's fine. Arrow misses. And she goes, "Well... Fuck. But let's see. Okay, no, they're not really within range for that. She will go ahead and she is also able to, well, is this a reaction? That is a reaction. Okay, well, I'll have to remember that she has that. Anyway, sorry. She is going to use her last second level to... Oh, actually, no. So she can use, as a Circle of Stars Druid, her star map allows her to cast Guiding Bolt once... I believe as a, does it use a, yeah, she can cast it as a first level spell without using a spell slot. So she's gonna go ahead and do that. Okay, just hits. That does 4d6 damage. Correct? First level guiding bolt? Yes, it does.
Yes, 4d6. Radiant. And it hit.
Yes, and it does 11 damage to C.
That means next attack has advantage.
Correct. All right, and I will mark that with, I don't know, yellow means that you can attack it with advantage. I don't know what else to put.
Okay.
All right, and so
Um,
that is her turn.
Nice.
It is back to your turn.
So then that means Ailstain and Kaz, right?
Correct.
Well, first, I'll have Kaz move his spiritual weapon over to Jawbreaker A.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Yeah, C is
Maybe-
only slightly more hurt than A.
have it move next to, well, I don't know. Because Jawbreaker C is probably going to pull up on Ailstain next, maybe, perhaps. I mean, unless he, after getting hit, he was like, oh, that's why. Yeah, fuck it. Move it over to Jawbreaker A in case I don't kill him.
Okay.
I can't control it, so you gotta
Oh.
do that.
Oops.
And then I guess I'll roll an attack on Jawbreaker A to see. Actually, wait, no. Hang on, don't do that movement yet. I can just take my attack and see if I'm gonna kill him.
Oh, valid.
What the fuck am I doing?
It's okay.
I'm a goofy bitch.
We'll just rewind a little
Oh my god. Okay, so does a 26 hit?
bit. Yeah. Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey.
Fuck
Hey.
yeah, dude.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, that hits. Yeah.
And re-roll the 1. That's going to be 6. That's 10 plus 3. That's 13 plus the 3 from sharpness. That's 16. And then plus a D4. Where are my D4s? There they are. 2 lightning damage on top of that. So 16 plus 2, that's 18
Jesus
damage total.
Christ. Hold on, I gotta do some math really quick.
I told you, man, I built Ailstain for damage. I was like, dude, if I'm playing the main character, I gotta be able to kill things.
He is on death's door. He is
Okay.
critical.
Okay, less than 10% health. Good to know. Definitely have the spiritual weapon move over there then.
Okay, fantastic. If you want to take that attack.
I don't think the spiritual weapon can move and attack. I think it has to move or attack.
That's fucked up, but okay, it moves.
Yeah, it says as a bonus action on your turn, you can move the weapon up to 20 feet. Oh, wait, no, up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against a creature with. Okay, yes.
Okay,
Never mind.
I was
I'm
gonna
wrong.
say that seems wrong, but I believed you.
Never mind. I thought it was because sometimes certain things let you like move something or use the ability, but
It's fine.
Never mind.
Just roll the
I'm
attack.
wrong.
It's okay. Everybody
Uh,
makes mistakes. Everybody has those
Oh,
days.
fuck! I just dropped my die.
Oh. Everybody
Let me
makes
just disappear really
mistakes.
quick, chat. He gets a +5. Rolled an 8, so that's a 13 to hit.
Yes. Unfortunately.
Spirit. I give my bardic to spiritual weapon.
I don't think you can do that.
Here you go. Take it, spiritual weapon.
No. The sword remains still.
Mhm.
And he again sort of dodges out of the way. He's like, man, you really want to hit me.
He says as he's coughing up blood.
Yeah.
You really want to hit me?
Yeah.
Coughs up a tooth.
All right. And then what is Ambrose's action? Or I'm sorry, what is Kaz's action? Jawbreaker C does have the advantage on him from Guiding Bolt.
He does.
He could toll the dead. Or do whatever you want him to do.
Yeah, I guess I could save these last couple spell slots just in case we need them for something. I'm looking at everything he can do. How much health does Kaz currently have?
14.
Okay. You know what? I'm actually gonna have him do a fanged bite on it.
Mm. Kaz kind of assumes like hunched position. His fangs extend and he just like lunges forward. And you see Neva's like, oh. She goes, get him, I guess.
So he's a proficient with this. Okay. So that means
He'll
it's
get advantage
a...
for this attack as well.
Yes. Yes. Let me roll my second d20 as well. So I believe he gets a +3 to hit. Oh no, +4 to hit. Okay. Well, those are very similar, but 19 to hit. So that
Certainly
definitely hits.
Certainly hits. Go ahead and
It
roll
doesn't
the
do
damage.
much damage,
But it'll restore some of his hit points.
but it does restore some of his hit points, and it does give him advantage on his next ability check or attack roll that he makes. Oh wait, no. Gain a bonus to the next ability check or not advantage. A bonus to the next ability check or attack that you make.
It equals
Bonus
the
equals the
damage.
piercing damage dealt by the bite.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, so. Oh my god, and I rolled a 4. So that's 6 damage. And he
Jesus.
heals for that amount as well.
All right.
And he gets a +6 to his next attack or ability check.
All right. Did not like that. Causes almost back up to full. You see that the jawbreaker's blood is like, it's like he bites in it, and he like takes a drink and he steps away, and he kind of is like, sweet. Why is it sweet?
Ugh. Gross. Candy blood.
And you see Neva's like,
Ew.
all right.
Ailstain's over here cutting his palm. Kaz is over here biting these guys. She's
Okay.
just hanging out with a weird group of feral men.
I mean, she has acid claws and fangs that come out sometimes. she can also use that attack to bite people with acid fangs. So like she's not
So
really
she's like,
much
oh yeah,
better.
I do this all the time.
Yeah, she's like
He was
this-
like, oh my god, twinning.
yeah, she's like my people. All right, and that is back to their turn. So, Jawbreaker A is going to again make his. Oh, did you take any more damage, or did you roll your Constitution saves if you took damage?
Did I take damage?
I can't remember. I don't think you did actually. I think
I
they
think
missed.
they may have failed their attacks. Oh wait, no, I did take damage, and I literally right afterwards rolled it, and that's when I made that little joke where I was like, unless they do 20 or more damage, I'm probably succeeding.
Right. All right. Jawbreaker
That's right.
A.
I remembered.
Jawbreaker A does manage to get a hit on you, despite
God damn it.
the disadvantage. That is 13 damage as he gets you in the side of the head with his hard candy mace.
God damn, dude. All right, well, I'm at 2 HP. Let me roll another.
Blood just pours down the gaping wound. It like gets in your eye a little bit. And he's like, oh.
Succeeded.
He said, oh, you laughing now? Fantastic. And then
I think Ailstain looks back up at him and grins, and he's got like this this sort of like, I don't know, feral look in his eyes as he's like, oh, you're about to die, pal.
Unfortunately, you have also taunted Jawbreaker C, who
And is he gonna take 2 more attacks of opportunity?
he will.
Yes!
So let's see if he makes it to you. before he dies.
I love this stupid man.
So he'll take a step forward. So Kaz and Neve both get attacks of opportunity.
And keep in mind, did Neve use her bardic? No, she did use her bardic.
She did. She has
Neither of them
her
used their
bardic.
inspiration, though.
That's correct.
Neither of them used their inspiration.
And I believe, let me just double check. Kaz has the Warcaster feat, so he can use a spell as an opportunity attack. So he is going to
Toll of the Dead is
Toll the
definitely the
Dead.
one to do then.
He's gonna Toll the Dead. So let's do that first.
D12, baby.
Fails. So let's
Hang on.
let's do that. Let's do that damage. So D12.
Oh, okay. I thought you were making an attack. That's right. It's a save. Never mind.
Oh no, yeah, it's a save.
I was like, the attack fails. Hang on. Inspiration.
Oh, it's a 12. Okay. Not dead. Critical. Absolutely
Critical?
Absolutely critical. If Neve hits,
my God.
he's not making it to you.
Oh my god. Neve, if you fail your attack, use the inspiration. Holy shit. Please.
Neve is gonna take with
This would be so
scimitar.
funny.
Okay, the first one's a miss. She will use her inspiration to reroll.
Yes.
Come
on, Neve. Kill
that's
him.
a hit.
Yes.
Let's do
Kill him, Neve.
4, 5. Yeah. He turns to take a step towards you. Kaz fucking gets him with Toll of the Dead. The bells ring. You see, like, his head, like, spin as the loud bells toll in his ears. And as he is distracted and wounded, Neve takes out her scimitar and fucking guts him, like, right in and up. It, like, sticks out his chest. And he goes,
And you know what
funny.
that fucking means.
And he is dead.
No, he's not quite yet.
Oh, can you still do your puppet thing?
I can.
All right.
I'm gonna use my Blood Curse of the Fallen Puppet.
All right.
Because I saw a creature within 30 feet of me drop to 0 HP.
Correct.
I think he turns to him and he says, come on, pal, your boss told you to kill me. And then she kills him. And as he like falls to his knees, he says, oh, that's no good. Now you're never gonna fulfill his orders. And he shoots those ribbons out and grabs them and yanks them to the side.
Fantastic.
Taking 1 point of damage.
Ooh, you could have gone down just from that.
I could have gone down. It was a gamble, but he yanks him over and has him attack.
Unfortunately, the attack does miss.
He has a +2 to his attack though.
Yeah, he got
+2.
He rolled a 12, or he got a 5. Plus 5 plus 2 is only 12.
Oh
So
man,
unfortunately,
that was gonna be really cool.
he explodes into confetti, and is gone.
God damn it. Well, that could have been really cool. I'm at 1 HP, chat.
Fantastic. And now it is Ambrose's turn.
All right. Well, Ambrose, come on, pal. He has 3 first level spell slots left,
I believe so.
and he's got
Correct.
Starry Wisp as well. He's also got Vicious Mockery, but his saves are terrible, so.
True.
Yeah, Starry Wisp.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that attack.
17 to hit.
17 hits.
And 6 damage radiant.
6 damage. You you watch as Ambrose is like just kind of been like ooh, like popping out to cast spells, and you see he pops out. He goes fuck you. And he throws a starry wisp, and it like hits the center of the chest, and it like crackles like a firework and explodes, and he dies. This one does not
Oh my God.
explode into confetti. He just falls to the ground dead.
Oh. So wait, did the other two explode into tickets?
No, one of them left some tickets behind. The other one just exploded into confetti, and this one's just a body.
So that was just a man.
You
Interesting.
kind of get the feeling that, like, you're not sure why they exploded into tickets. It seems like maybe that could just happen. Like, it seems like Heckna thinks that death is funny, and, like, he thinks it would be more funny if sometimes they just exploded into confetti. But yeah, that is
as I think as he falls to the ground dead, I think Ailstain spits on him and he says, "Hey, you know what? I'll hand it to you. You did make me smile."
And with that,
And his spit is like all blood, by the way, because he is fully critical.
You see the moon overhead. As you kill these jawbreakers, you see that the moon overhead switches. It shifts from the waning, this sort of representation of Heckna's bitterness and cruel nature, to the waxing moon, which is an indication of his laughter and joy.
I think Ailstain rolls his eyes.
I think that I think Neve looks up and literally like rolls her eyes, and she's like, that was so unnecessary. Like, that was so, what was the point? Oh, by the way, all of you are still soaking wet from the basically hose that he blasted on all of you. She's like wringing
That I
out
didn't
her
get a
hair.
save for.
She's wringing her hair out. Ambrose is like, he got my silk wet. My curls need hours to set. And he starts like, he's like, fuck. He starts like scrunching his hair to try to like keep the like curl pattern. Kaz looks like a sad
Are people
wet
still
cat.
cheering?
Yes. So you, as the last jawbreaker goes down, the crowd cheers. And actually something that you have not noticed until this point, you look up and you see in the sky, which you can see on the map here as well, is this floating, like, large television screen, essentially. It is being held aloft by just the most amount of balloons you have ever seen in your life. And it is depicting different, like, goings on around the Revelia. You see, like, people playing games in the Midway. You see some clips of, like, the petting zoo. There are a couple clips of, like, the Ferris wheel.
Do I recognize any of them as being angles that would match an angle from one of the posters I've seen?
No, it's all sort of like, it's like someone was like filming it, but you don't see cameras anywhere. So you're not really sure where this footage is coming from. But as it's like flipping through, you look up and see yourself on the screen, and like it was broadcasting your battle just now. And as the last jawbreaker goes down, a big explosion of confetti appears on the screen, and it says winner. And like you hear cheers like all throughout the Revelia. Yeah.
Hang on.
Kaz
I think
is
this
like
would actually.
trying to get his wet clothes off of himself.
Hang on. Say something to keep everyone busy.
Neve looks at Ambrose and is like, "Don't worry. I know how to get I know how to dry silk in a way that it won't ruin it." And he's like, "Oh, thank God. Do you know how much this cost?" And she goes, "It was probably a lot, right? Like, did you that like at least like a month's salary?" And he's like, "A month's salary, probably two. I got it from the Dusk Spire." And she was like, "Imported from the Dusk Spire? We don't even get imports from Dusk Spire." And the Verlarin would. And you see Kaz is like, "Do you get imports from anywhere in Wildgrave? Isn't that like a druid community in the middle of nowhere?" And she's like, "Yeah, well, we get traders sometimes."
All right. I'm gonna run a quick poll for the chat.
Okay.
As Ailstein sees himself on the TV chat, should he play into the hype to gain the crowd's favor, or should he try to play it down? Should he like seize this moment to try and get on the crowd's good side, or should he try to play it down and like avoid the attention?
An interesting choice. That is 1 to play into the hype and 2 to play it down. That is very interesting indeed. But yeah, so you can add 5 red tickets to your inventory as that first
so we
jawbreaker
got-
exploded.
So each of us got 10, right?
Correct. So now you have
So that's
45.
40,
Yes.
and then plus 5. Okay. I should probably start keeping track of this.
Yeah. But yeah, you see that after people are like cheering, like people are like lingering just a little bit in this moment to see if like anyone else is gonna step forward to challenge you, or like if any of you were gonna do anything else like kind of interesting. So we're kind of in this moment of like the crowd's like watching you, like just to see. But if you don't do
It
anything,
seems like
or say anything-
everyone wants me to play it up.
Okay.
Let me quickly. I'll figure out how to fucking add a custom item again. I forgot how to do it in fucking D&D Beyond. I'll just put 45 tickets in here. I think he, as he sees himself on the TV, he looks roughly in the direction of where he thinks the camera would be. If there were a camera, is there nothing there?
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Interesting. So this can just magically put anything up there from anywhere, and it's invisible. Interesting. Okay. I think he takes a step forward and he like does that thing where he like wipes his lip of blood and he says, "I guess Heckna were wrong about me. Guess I am pretty funny."
You see that gets like kind of a mixed reaction, because people are like, "Oh, Heckna's great though," and then some people are like, "Oh, he's pretty funny though," yeah, you see that the also on the screen below it says the words "Heck yeah, Atron." Or I'm
Oh
sorry,
my
or sorry,
God.
Heck yeah, Tron, I think, just Tron. And people start, like, they talk about the fight for, like, a couple more minutes, and then they start being like, "Oh my God, did you see I was on the Heck yeah, Tron? Fuck yeah, dude." And, like, they start to, like, disperse.
We're sowing the seeds of doubt, chat. Heckna said he wasn't funny, but everyone just saw him be funny to them.
But yes, your battle has concluded. You are left, you are still just on the outskirts of the Midway. So you haven't seen any like games really, from where you are. So you can continue on to the petting zoo, you can head into the Midway, or you can do whatever you would like.
I think he, once he sees he's no longer on the fucking Heck yeah, Tron. God, that's such a dumb name. He turns around and faces the group and he's like, all right. I know I probably seem a little bit arrogant for egging on that fight, but there was a method to the madness there, I swear.
You see that Kaz kind of crosses his arms and he says, people keep telling us we need to be on this guy's good side, but I don't fucking want to do that.
He says, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, everyone else in this entire goddamn Revelia is on his good side. And let's see how that turned out for them.
Yeah.
He like looks over his shoulder at them and he says, no, I think whatever Heckna wants us to do can't possibly be good. So as far as I'm concerned, I ain't playing any of these goddamn games. Y'all are welcome to, but I ain't doing it.
You see Ambrose kind of looks around and he says, well, from where I'm standing, I don't see any, and we have business elsewhere, so if we happen to the Midway later and there's some games or something, or we need money for something and there's no other way to get it than perhaps, but for now it's not our business. We've other things to attend to.
He spits some blood out and holds and tucks those 5 tickets into the bag of holding, and he says, no, I have spent my entire goddamn life not in control of my own actions. I've spent my entire goddamn life with some fucking prick controlling the wheel. Not anymore. This fucker wants to behave like a little child. All right. But I'm not playing along.
You see they all sort of nod to you. And as you are all sort of standing there, you see one of those little jester-like animatronic little guys roll up, the sort of Heckness handy helpers. You see it is it's a little animatronic guy. He's got like little arms. He's wearing like a little jester's hat. And around his neck, like a jester's collar, is slots with healing potions in them. And there's a sign attached to his back that says, just 5 red tickets is enough to put that pep back in your step. Any complaints about the wares offered by the Heckness Handy Helpers can be directed to nowhere.
Can I like inspect one of these healing potions?
Yeah. You see it like rolls up to you, and it doesn't say anything, but it like takes a potion out and is kind of like holding it, and like it holds out a hand for 5 tickets.
Yeah, I'll give the 5 we just got, and I want to inspect this fucking thing.
Okay. You see it takes it and it slots it into his mouth like a coin slot, even though it's like not shaped that way at all. And he gives you the ticket, and you see it just kind of waits there to see if anyone else will buy any. But yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation or a perception check.
Probably investigation.
I'll say that
Just
you
like-
can do it with like do you have the you have an alchemist's kit, correct?
Yeah, I spent some gold on
I'll
that.
say you can either add your proficiency. Yeah, you can add your proficiency to the roll as well for that.
Okay. So investigation and then plus proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. 14.
Oh, okay. You take a look at it, you're kind of swirling it around, and you compare it to the potion that Ambrose has, and it seems to be exactly the same liquid. There doesn't seem to be any, like, color changes, no smell difference, the consistency is the same, it looks like the same liquid.
All right. We'll get 2 more of those.
Okay. You see, it happily takes 2 more out and gives them to you and takes your tickets. And once it seems like no one else is gonna buy some, it zooms away.
Okay, and so Kaz drank his, so give one to Kaz, and then
Okay.
Neve, does Neve have any?
She does not.
Yeah, okay, give the last one to her then.
Okay.
So everyone has one.
Fantastic. Will do. You see, Neve kind of is like looking at them. And you see she kind of squints, and she's like, they're kind of cute. I don't know. And you see Kaz is
Says-
like, I don't trust them. And she's like, I didn't say I trusted them. I just said they were cute.
I think Elstein says, I may not know much about this place, but I know a thing or two about alchemy. They seem all right.
Okay, good to know. You see that she's like, I'm an avid herbalist, and the consistency seems to be all right, and it doesn't smell like there are any additional herbs in there, so it should be all right. And she pockets one.
When we sneak around this place, do we all have to roll
It's a group check, yes.
stealth checks?
So we do a group check. We all roll, and we take the middling number.
Honestly, that is worse than just having one person sneak somewhere. So
Is there somewhere you'd like someone to break off from the group and go do something by themselves?
typically you don't want to split up the party, but I'm worried we're gonna fucking run into more bullshit on the way to fucking on the way to oh god, we were going
The petting
to
zoo.
the petting zoo, that's right. Which was, where is that? It's not the, it's the petting zoo, the tent on the far right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. I'm worried we're gonna fucking run into some other shit there, and we probably need to be sneaking around.
No one
Although
seems
I guess
to be
we-
like paying any more attention to you after your battle.
Yeah, but that was also the case before, and then we fucking ran into Hecna.
That's true.
Because like part of me is like, maybe just like you all fucking stay here and I'll sneak over there because we failed the fucking stealth before.
You see, Kaz says like, I don't want you to go by yourself. I don't think that it's a good idea.
He says, yeah, well, we can't handle another encounter like that.
Well, he says, do you want to go somewhere to rest then? They said the hostel was safe-ish.
I don't know that I trust that either.
Okay, well,
Uh,
our options are
can we-
this. We can go to the petting zoo and figure it out, or we can go to the hostel and figure it out. What do you want to do?
Are we able to leave the gated off area and just go fucking camp in the woods?
You are, well, yeah, you can attempt to.
You said there was like there were some dense ass woods we were traveling around.
Yeah, really foggy and dense woods surrounded this place. There was that intense unease and anxious feeling you had the entire time you were in the woods. But if you'd like to go back there, you're more than welcome to.
Did I get the feeling something was watching us?
You just had the feeling like you really didn't want to be there.
I mean, we're kind of in the woods anyway right now. We're
No,
just in like a clearing in the woods.
Yeah, there are woods on the outskirts, but while you are in the carnival, you don't have that feeling.
I don't know. I just feel like something fucking else bad's gonna happen if we go camp at the fucking hostel.
It's up to you.
I think it just makes sense to camp outside the Revelia.
I mean, you are more than welcome to try.
He says, no. Here. I'll meet you guys just outside the Revelia. I'm pretty certain that I can keep to the shadows.
You see the three of them look at each other and look back at you. You see Neve says, you don't even want one of us to go with you?
He says, if there's one thing I'm damn good at, it's hiding. It's like all I did as a kid.
You see Kaz says, I mean, I'm pretty stealthy. You know, damp here.
Maybe if they both toss Ailstain like a heal or something. He is at 1 HP.
Yeah. For sure. Let's do let's see. Yeah, Neve will use her last second level to give you an upcasted healing word. So that is 4d4 plus 3. That is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
10 health. She kind of closes her eyes, and like her healing is not golden radiant. It is silver, like starlight and like the moon.
Can I have Kaz toss me a healing word too?
Yeah. Yeah, he'll toss you a first level healing word.
'Cause I'm still bloodied.
2d4 plus 3. That is 8 healing. So 18 total.
He says, all right, listen. Hang on. What did when Locke told us to meet Stella at the petting zoo? Did he say like if it was she was inside the petting zoo or what?
Yeah, he just said that you could find her at the petting zoo around this time.
Around the petting zoo?
No,
Or
at
in it?
the petting zoo. So probably inside.
Okay. He says, all right, wait here. Give me like, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. How long does it take to get over there, do I think?
Yeah, probably like another, probably from this side of the Midway, probably like a 10-minute walk.
Says, give me 20 to 30 minutes. If I ain't back by then you can come looking. But I really want to avoid attracting Heckna's attention.
You see Neve kind of like, she's a little bit upset, and she's like, I kind of wanted to see the animals.
He says, I'm not going in, to be clear.
All right, fine.
He says,
But if
I'm
you
going to watch
die-
the entrances. I'm going to wait to see if I can see her going in or out.
And you see,
What have you.
Kaz says, well, what the fuck do you want us to do? Sit here with our fucking thumbs up our asses? Like, what should we do? You want us to go play games in the Midway?
I mean, if you want to play games, you go play games. That's up to you. But I say just don't leave this area if you can avoid it.
Okay. You see Ambrose looks around and he says, well, Heckna did say the games would be free. Or at least the first one, so I could just give it a try while you're gone.
Maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe wait to do that till I'm back. I feel like something bad's going to happen at the games.
Well, Elstein, it's not reasonable for us to just stand here for 30 minutes. Like,
Take a rest. We take a short
where?
rest.
There's no, you are in the middle of a crowded fucking walkway. There's nowhere to sit down.
Okay. Can we find somewhere to sit down?
There's benches at the food court.
All right, let's go to the food court. Fuck it. We all go to the food court.
Okay.
I just don't want to roll a group check and then fucking fail it again. It's pissing me off that we keep failing
around.
these.
That is, you are the one instigating trying.
We
to
do if we want to avoid encounters.
Okay.
I don't know why they're fighting me on this.
Literally, no one is fighting you. They're just saying like, "What do you want us to do?" Like standing around for 30 minutes, like, isn't productive or helpful.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Stand around. Wait. Obey orders.
So you walk to the food court. You see this sort of tented off, or this sort of like roped off area with sort of 3 different shops. There's some tables scattered throughout the place, and there are this is a very well lit area. It's like a little, it's like a food court. You see 3 establishments. One of them says Bab's Meadery. One of them says Felix's Elixirs. And the last one says Candy's Candy Emporium and more. And you see Ambrose kind of looks around and is like, well, maybe I'll go in the potion shop. I don't know. Take a look.
Knock yourself out. He says, can we, fuck it. Let's all just take a short rest.
Okay, yeah. You can have a short rest in the... Neve is gonna roll 2 of her hit die. Well, yeah, she'll roll 1 of her hit die for now. Let's see what that gives her. Okay, yeah, she got... Okay, she's got most of her health back at this point. Oh, not what I wanted. Cause is only missing 4 health. No, you know what? He'll use 1 of his hit die as well. He got, all of it
Fuck,
back.
I shouldn't have had them use their spell slots. I could have just regained all my health with short rests.
And Ambrose isn't missing any health. Alright, so all of you regain some health. Neve is able to adjust her spell slots, but she's kind of happy with what she's got going on right now, so...
I forgot my hit die were so good. I'm at max health with just expending 1.
Yeah.
Fuck. Shouldn't have had them cast spells. He says, all right, just hang out here. I'll be back in like 20-30 minutes.
You see Ambrose says, I want my 10 tickets.
Says, okay. If you want to spend them on something, don't complain to me when you get poisoned or some shit.
He says, it'll be fine. He takes his tickets, and you are free to go to the petting zoo.
All right, we don't trust Ambrose from here on out. He's gonna get clowned.
Okay, great.
He's gonna be the survivor in the zombie apocalypse who gets bitten and doesn't tell anyone.
You make your way north to the petting zoo. You sidestep the security building on your way, and you see you're able to avoid it, luckily, but you see a lot more of those jawbreakers hanging around the security building, and you get the impression that the jawbreakers are like the enforcers of this place. You're able to sidestep it, and you make your way to the petting zoo.
Chat, should we do arson on the security building at some point?
Oh my god.
I feel like maybe we should burn down the security building. I think that'd be really funny. Burn down the clown totalitarian government.
Are you wanting to do that right now?
No, I said
Okay.
at some point.
As you approach the petting zoo, you see this large tent draped with animal pelts. And it is surrounded by a really high metal fence that sort of is like a pen for the various animals that are roaming over the grass. Under the moonlight, you see the creatures inside cast odd shadows. Hanging from a sign on the metal gate, it says, come on in and make a new friend. Pet a heckin' bunny today. And you see standing at the gate is a tall half orc. They've got like long black hair down their shoulders, and they're wearing one of those like paper zebra masks. A long purple cloak that's sort of like trailing behind them on the ground. And they're holding a stuffed animal elephant. And as you approach, they say, welcome to the Revelia. Won't you come make a new friend?
Well, specifically avoiding them seeing me.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, you see them standing at the gate. It looks like you need a ticket to enter the petting zoo. And they're sort of standing at the gate, like, sort of looking around, like welcoming people in, like taking their tickets, and yeah.
And can I look around to see if I see Stella going in or coming out?
Give me a perception check.
Should I use my inspiration on this? I don't know.
That's fully up to you, bestie.
I feel like it's gonna be that, like, no matter what, she's just fucking not there. Because I only got an 11. I feel like
Because
inspiration
you can,
would be better spent on. Oh wait, I have Bardic.
Oh, you do have Bardic.
Okay, I rolled 6. That's a D6, right?
Yes.
I rolled a 6 on that, so
Okay.
that makes it 17.
Oh yeah. You see, you almost miss her, but because it's kind of dark around here. Again, you have the moonlight and like some lighting around, but as you're sort of like scanning through the fence, you see on the far side inside the tent, you see Stella is kind of crouched, and she appears to be petting a bunny with 3 heads.
Is there any way that I could get to her without alerting anyone?
It's like a really tall fence on all sides, and the only entrance you see is the one that person is standing in front of. And you see people are kind of
I'd probably climb the fence.
constantly coming in and out. I mean, you could try. Do you want to risk it?
Why risk it? Like, if it's...
Well,
Is there not like a spot that I can see where there's nobody
if you're-
watching?
I'm just saying if you're caught.
Yeah, I want to look for a spot where there's no guards around. Because it's a fence surrounding the whole thing, right? There's got to be an opening somewhere.
Mm-hmm. There's not an opening. There's just the opening where the person is
Well, like, I'm
standing.
saying like an opening as in like a spot on the fence that's like not being actively watched that he could hop.
Yeah, on a 17, it's about a 40-foot tall fence, but if you'd like to make an athletics check and try to climb it.
Acrobatics, you mean?
Yes, acrobatics.
I'm going to do that.
I will let you know that the DC is high.
Ooh! 21, baby!
All right.
I burned my bad roll.
You manage to get in like a blind spot of the tent. And you fucking spider climb your way right up that bitch. You
Hell yeah.
land in this fenced in area with a bunch of animals, and you look around and you realize that all of them are not right. Chat. We're going to
They
poll.
all eat Ailstain.
We're going to decide which animals are currently in the petting zoo. So, let me... So, I'm trying to decide how to do this. Because...
Cave bunnies.
So, okay.
I love how cave bunnies was just like the lasting joke from that campaign.
So I'm gonna be a little bit mean about this.
What?
And you're not really gonna know what you're voting for.
You can never complain about me being mean about the polls again, chat. You can never, ever complain about that again.
You're gonna get... There are 10 options.
Yeah, you made Opal sad. Opal said mean to us, sad face.
There are 10 options.
10?
All you gotta do is vote. Oh god, the poll is so big. All you gotta do is vote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10.
Oh my god, we can't even see the bottom two.
I know. I am trying to... It's just gonna be like this. It's just gonna cover my face for a bit. Or actually...
Oh,
No.
Lux voted for 10.
There's 10. And I'll let you know we're looking for I believe it's... Is it 3 options? Yes, we're looking for 3 options. So
Oh, so they can vote 3 times?
yeah, so we're gonna vote. So if 2 or more people vote for the same one and it ends up like not being 3, then we will vote again with the 2 taken off of it.
Oh. Okay.
So we've gotten... Okay. So we've got 3 votes.
10, 6, and 5.
Mm-hmm. If anyone else votes, that's fine. We'll just have like tiebreakers depending on what those will be.
Oh, okay. They don't get multiple votes currently. Because there are ways to give multiple votes inside of the poll thing. But so we could do it that way if you want, but
Yeah. I feel like we only got 3 votes last time, so I might just accept these 3.
5, 6, and 10.
Yeah. I think I'm just going to accept those 3.
Okay. You're like, it's the ale stain eater, the ale stain bludgeoner, and the ale stain slasher. Ale stain dies. That's the end of the campaign.
All right. Sorry, so it was 5, 9, and 10. So
oh no, 5, 6, and 10.
5, 6, and 10. You enter the caged in area. You see oh, let me roll this.
To be honest, I don't know that it matters what you guys voted for since we don't know what they are.
You see 3 what at first look like monkeys, but as you get closer or they sort of enter the light, you see there are various colors. They have multiple eyes. They have multiple limbs and mouths in different places. One's entire head is just a mouth. You see 3 donkeys that are also various colors. Yeah, multiple limbs. Some of them too long and bent in different directions. Like red and yellow eyes, and some of them are like doubled, so they're like 2 eyes in the same spot. Like multiple tongues, teeth growing out of areas that they should not. And finally, sorry, this one was my favorite. I was really hoping someone would vote for it.
This is 10.
10. So you see these horrifying fucking monsters. Just absolutely terrifying. And then, of course, you see the bunnies that Stella is petting that have like 3 heads and like, you know, various parts. And then among all of these amalgamations, you just see a regular fucking brown bear wearing a tutu, or wearing like a tutu and like a clown costume. Like, so
there's nothing else weird about him other than he's in a clown costume and tutu?
Just a regular fucking bear dressed like a clown. Just like a clown in a tutu.
All right.
So those
Do these animals look miserable?
It's really hard to tell. You're not close enough.
Does
to
the
them.
bear look miserable?
The bear looks like it's having a great time, actually. It's got a ball, and it's currently, like, kind of batting it around.
I don't know. Sometimes zoos can be pretty unethical, and this one seems pretty damn unethical. I think they're mistreating their animals. They're freaky amalgamation animals.
You see that the person that was standing by the gate, you see some people entering, and you see the person being like, "Oh, would you like to pet fluffy bunnykins today?" And you see one of the people are like, Fluffy Bunnykins is my favorite one. I came here just to see him." And you see the person says, or the orc says, "Well, Fluffy Bunnykins is in timeout because he ate someone's foot, but you may still hold him if you would like." And you see the person goes, "Okay."
So the one they put, or that not in the naughty corner in timeout. Got
Yes, yeah. And then you see the orc is like, you see they pick up one of the monkeys, and are like, "This is Sweetiekins. She's currently my favorite one. Which one of her mouths is your favorite? Mine is this one right here behind her ear." And the people are like petting the monkey, and like giving it food. And
Do these people seem like similar to the freaks that were in the Midway?
They're not. These just seem like attendees. They don't seem like they're.
Well, like the people that were cheering for us.
Oh,
the
yeah.
freakazoids that
Yeah,
were like,
yeah.
"We love Heckna. We love Heckna."
Correct. Yes.
Does anything around here seem like an aberration?
Oh, these are all aberrations.
Okay. Are these attendees also?
The attendees are
Aberrations?
not. The attendees are just humanoid. It's like a. You
What
see,
this
like
orc lady?
the orc lady, or no,
She's
the orc.
working
It's
there.
not. It's not a woman. It's just a non-gender specific.
Oh, okay.
Half orc.
Sorry, I remembered Opal falling in love with them, and I was like, my brain didn't even remember what pronouns you used. It was just like, oh, probably a woman then.
It's okay. Yes, this orc person. Actually, I don't believe they are an aberration. I believe they're just a half orc. Perfect.
I mean, yeah. Can I just approach?
Yeah.
Can I just approach Stella then?
The person seems to be distracted by like having this weird monkey be pet by these other people. And there are various other people in here, like milling about, like petting the animals. You see some of them come kind of close to like getting bit, but then they just kind of like laugh it off.
I think as he sees all these like freakish little animals, he goes, "Oh, it's so adorable. I almost forgot to vomit." And then he
just to
continues speaking.
himself. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He has to be a sassy bitch at all times.
Even though no one's around to hear it. Awesome. You approach, you go inside the tent. And yeah, there's some people in here. There's like various other animals. You see some small elephants in here as well. Also, again, various mouths, limbs that are too long. And you see, yeah, Stella kind of crouched in a little pen with a couple of bunnies that have various head sizes and numbers of them. And she's just like currently scratching this bunny with 3 heads.
Aw. Horrible freakish monster. I think she squatted down in front of it or something.
Yeah. She has her back to you.
I think he squats down next to her and he says, "Special delivery."
She jumps out of her fucking skin. The bunny makes a run for it.
I think he puts a hand over her mouth. He like grabs her mouth to keep her quiet.
You see that she looks at you and her eyes are like double the size that they should be. And then like once she like blinks a few times, and then once she sees it's you, she goes, "Please let go of my mouth."
Says, just don't fucking, just don't fucking scream.
I was going to scream. Are you going to scream? It's nice to see you're still alive.
He hands her that parcel.
She goes, what's
It's from
this?
your friend.
Oh, a package? A present for me? She immediately tears it open. And then
Well, all right.
she tears it
I
open.
think I'm not supposed to see it, but okay.
Well, she tears it open, and then before she actually opens the box, she looks around, and then opens it. And inside is just a paper that says test. And she goes, is this from Locke? Oh, yeah, he does that. Oh, but good, you delivered it to me unopened. Oh, that's fantastic. Good job. I'll tell him that it was a successful delivery. Good job. And she kind of like air pats you on the head.
He heavy sighs and says, "Yep, all in a day's work."
You see, she goes, oh, you don't be too upset about it. He's an old man, and it's really hard to get his trust. So, this is a good step for you. No, it's really good. You might survive for longer, but you might you might survive for longer.
He says,
I'll tell him.
"I already told you, I'm killing Hecna."
Right. Good. You should. I think you should. Oh, actually, I'm so glad that I ran into you again, because after you walked away, after I had to go, after I had to leave, I realized that you might not have understood what I said to you. And so I wanted to maybe reiterate what I was saying earlier, if that's okay. Oh, this is Mr. Bowtie. Do you want to say hi to him? She holds up a buddy with two heads. And she says, this is Mr. Bowtie. Careful! And she shows you his tummy, and there's another mouth there. She goes, be careful, he's got two mouths.
He says, "Oh, that's so unfortunate. It turns out I'm allergic. Sorry."
She goes, oh, I didn't know anyone could be allergic to amalgamations, but I will note that for the future. And she puts him down.
It's
and
like,
he
yeah,
runs away.
awful hives. It's a real terrible thing.
She squints at you and goes, what are you doing in the petting zoo if you're allergic?
He points at the package and says, I get my jobs done.
Oh, for me? Oh, you shouldn't have. That is very nice of you. She says, anyways, so, remember when I was telling you that, that when you die, Peckner will just bring you back? Remember when I was saying that to you?
Yeah.
I fear that perhaps you might have took that to mean like, oh, I shouldn't worry about dying because then I'll just come back. And I realize that that's not exactly the truth, and so I would just like to clarify that with you, if that's all right. Heckner might bring you back if he thinks that you're interesting enough to keep around. But when I said that death was not an escape, what I meant was even if you die, your spirit will remain here. So you'll still be trapped here, you'll just be dead. And so I just wanted to reiterate that to you. And worse, he could bring you back as something worse. So usually not yourself. So I just wanted to reiterate to you, like, death is not something you should, like, just be fine with. I just wanted to be like, death is still bad, and perhaps even worse than out there.
He says, don't worry. I don't make a habit of betting on resurrections from clowns.
Very smart, very smart. You'll probably survive long here. Yeah. Yeah.
For the third time, I'm killing Hecna. Anyway, down to brass tacks.
I hope that you do.
He says, oh, by the way, this is completely off topic. I'm so glad that the blood maledict failed during the combat, by the way, because I was wrong. I only get one of those per short rest.
Oh, okay.
So it's good that it failed because I shouldn't have been able to use it.
All right. No worries.
Anyway, sorry. I just caught that while I was scrolling through my sheet. But he says, what I wanted to talk about before I got out of here. You said you had a cure for the clowning, getting clowned.
Yes. Well, she's picked up 3 bunnies at once and is petting all of them.
Oh my god.
Yes. Well, yes. So I have the cure for the first stages of clown corruption. And like the very, 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 very early stages of the second stage. But once you're past that and into the 3rd stage, it is incurable, unfortunately. And it is designed that way. It is, unfortunately, my sister is, well, she's quite good at what she does. So it's incurable past the 3rd stage. But the first I can cure, and probably the second one. Yes.
He says, mind if I take a look at your research notes?
Yes, of course. Yeah. You see, she says, actually, I'm really glad that you've asked. Nobody cares about curing the clown corruption. As far as anyone here is concerned, all they want to do is spread it. You know, like I said, my sister is very good at what she does. So when she created it, it is quite terrible, quite horrible. So it's all anyone ever does wants to spread it. So, but I can cure it.
Wait a second.
What?
Your sister. Who is your sister?
Oh, you might have heard of her, Sophie, the Chandler of Flesh.
I see.
Yes.
That makes sense.
She's, you're twins. What are you going to do? She's, actually kind of the whole reason I'm here. Really, she left and she came here and, you know, I came to convince her.
Is she clowned?
No. She's here willingly. She's always been kind of the black sheep of the family, so to say. But I came here to convince her to come home. So she hasn't listened to me so far, but I'm sure I can. I'm sure I can get through to her. Here's my notes on the corruption.
And he says, while he's thumbing through it, he says, "And this whole clowning thing, is that why the people here in the audience, is that why they act the way they do?
No.
Or is it just the red noses?"
No, yeah. So I didn't actually get a good chance to explain all of this to you properly. Yes, you see, she just fully sits down on the ground. She pulls out her notes. And she says, yes, so the clown corruption is spread through the schnozzlings, the offspring of Snout, Hector's pet. Is
that the one that got locked up?
Yes, I believe it is. I believe Snout is currently in the naughty corner, correct? So Snout, and you notice, by the way, that while she's talking about like what she's passionate about, her like stutter and her anxieties seem to lessen. And when she talks about like Sophie and like her family, it gets a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
So as she's talking about her like research, she seems like more centered.
Mm-hmm.
And she says that it's actually quite interesting. So Snout was created from Heckner's original clown nose back when he was just an apprentice in the carnival. He used eldritch horror powers to turn it into, well, the monster of creation it is now.
An aberration.
Correct,
Yes.
correct. And so now it gives birth to, well, and you see, she points down the street, like out the tent, to someone walking by who has a red nose on. And she says, well, those are called schnozzlings. And you see, what happens is, they attach to your nose, and, oh, well, here, I have a diagram. Maybe it's just easier to show you. And I have a diagram for you.
Oh, God. Is it going to be like fucking tendrils into your brain from your nose?
Let's see, where did I put that?
All the while, I think Ailstain's like jotting down like copies of her notes.
Yes. Oh, actually, I don't think I took a picture of it, unfortunately. Let me see if I can find it in here. But yeah, so she says like, yes, here it is. I'll just have to show you I'll just have to put my PDF on screen, unfortunately. And hope that nothing else goes on screen as well. You see that?
Oh. Yep, that's what I thought it was going to be.
So she shows you this diagram and she says, yes, so it it actually latches onto your nose. It eats your nose away. And then it sticks its bug-like sort of tendrils into your brain. And the first stages are it's still just attached to your nose. So that's when it's the most curable. It's just latched on. It's eaten, a good amount of your nose, but its tendrils aren't deep in there. That's when it's the most curable because the injection will kill the schnozzling immediately. You might miss, part of your nose may be missing depending on how late we get to it, but, with certain healing magics, it's curable. It's fixable. Second stage is when the nose is gone and the tendrils are in. It is still curable in this stage, but just it's a little more lethal. It will kill the schnozzling, but the chances of your survival are a little bit less so. And the third stages are this depiction here, where it is so deep into your brain that even if you kill the schnozzling, it is sort of keeping you alive at that point. It is attached to such parts of your brain that removing it will kill you. It is integrated fully with your anatomy. So unfortunately, there is no cure for that.
Can I roll to see if there's like anything he can like anything from like what he learned about alchemy that could potentially help any part of this process? Because like kind of the whole thing about the blood hunters is that like their mutations like break down the body and rebuild it, right? So like I feel like if anything was going to be capable of rebuilding someone who's been like destroyed by a schnozzling, I feel like that branch of alchemy would be, no?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and give me like an alchemy check with advantage. We'll say with, because you have
there's
Sophie's, or you have Stella's notes.
There's not an alchemy check. Maybe a medicine check?
Yeah, like a medicine check. I was gonna say an alchemist tool. Oh, I'm sorry. And sorry, I was wrong for a second. She says, sorry, there's actually 6 stages of the corruption.
Oh.
There are 3 phases, but there are 6 stages.
Oh. All right. That's a pretty good roll. Part of me wonders if I should maybe use my inspiration to roll again to see if I can get higher. I got a 17, chat. Cause like, imagine if I got like a 30-20 or something, or even higher than a 20. I guess I can't get that high because I only have a +2. Yeah, the chances of going higher are probably less than 25%. So, 17.
Okay. You see that,
Wait, do I do that with proficiency? Because I'm proficient with alchemist tools?
Sure.
In that case, 19.
Okay. You see that, you like make some interesting remarks or like notes about her research. And she's like kind of nodding and like kind of jotting down. And the two of you kind of collaborate for a few minutes on like different theories and things that could work. And she says, well, it's quite interesting and quite possibly could work. I'll have to take this knowledge and see if I can apply it. I'll have to mix some new concoctions and I'll get back to you on the results. Thank you. No one's ever been interested in this research before, so it's good. It's nice to find someone
thumbs
else
through
who cares.
He thumbs through the pages that he's copied and he says, "No, you've definitely got a gift. There's a lot of good information here."
You see, she says,
Do they think that there's any chance that they could like concoct like, I don't know, like maybe like a vaccine for this, or like a
you see,
like
she
a
says,
way to save people that are in deeper stages?
She says that will take a lot more time and research and testing. But perhaps eventually. This is a good starting point for that. But I'll have to test it. She says
He fully shares the secrets of Blood Hunter mutagens with her. He has no loyalty to them to not to keep those secrets.
You see, she says, well, it's interesting because so once the schnozzling has been attached to you for more than a minute, it is already integrated with your biology, and any attempt to physically remove it or harm it will also harm the host. The corruption affects everyone differently. People who are weak of constitution, people who are weak-willed, people who are just sort of people unlike yourself, can rarely be cured at all. It affects them more rapidly, and they
Wait, is she not a person?
She means like commoners and like just regular everyday people. Like this affects like a lot quicker. But like people who have like stronger constitution, like a blood hunter or like a seasoned adventurer, it might, someone with a higher constitution or whatever. She says, well, they become thralls much quicker. Oh, I didn't even tell you what the corruption does. Sorry. So again, so it attaches to your nose, correct? And so that is what happens. But so there are 6 stages of the corruption, but there are 3 thrall types that you can become, essentially. The schnozzling turns you into a thrall of the Revelia, a thrall of Hecna. The longer it is on your nose, the more this place becomes your home. The more this place becomes ingratiated in your being. You will not want to leave. You will be at home here. Your demeanor will change, your personality will change, your physical appearance will change. Everything about you becomes different.
So maybe everyone here was clowned at some point, and they're maybe no longer clowned, but now they're just part of this place?
She shakes her head and she says, no, some people are here by choice. That is a simple fact. Some people are here against their will. Some people have been turned into thralls. All people who have been clowned have the red nose. The nose never goes away. As I said, you would die in the later stages if it was removed. So anyone...
So people here are behaving like animals of their own free will? They all love Hecna of their own free will? He's not forcing them.
You see that she kind of shrugs and says, he has very strong, suggestive, enchantment magic, but the people who are here because he wants them to be. And most of the time it's because they want to be here. His ego is... He wants to be loved. He wants to be adored. And these people want to love and adore him. And so that is why...
Even when he tortures them.
He does not torture them if they stay on his good side. And so that is why that is the name of the game here, is to earn his favor and to stay on his good side. Because then he appoints you to do the torturing and you are no longer tortured. You see, she says, so there are 6 stages of the clown corruption, and through these stages you will become a thrall. The very first stage of thralldom is fresh thralls. That is what you are still curable. You have the affliction, you have the nose. Your appearance is still relatively the same. You are still recognizable. Your hair color may change. You may speak and understand gobbledygook. And that becomes sort of your preferred language as well. But you are still relatively yourself. The second stage is a mangy thrall. Mangy thralls are shabbier. They have rotting teeth and sallow skin and vibrant hair colors. They can only understand and communicate in gobbledygook. And at that point, it is quite hard to cure them. But still possible with the percentage is much lower, but still possible. Now, feral thralls. Feral is the stage you cannot come back from. Feral thralls lack all signs of their former self. They cannot be reasoned with, and are driven by violent hunger and the desire to corrupt. It is their sole purpose is to destroy and corrupt. They are no longer a person at that point. They are just a vessel for Heckna's violent whims. And you must be very careful around feral thralls, specifically during the blood moon. As I said, the blood moon is when Heckna is at his most livid, his most angry. I've only ever seen it once, and it was almost no one survived. And the feral thralls, it drives them to frenzy. Most other creatures of the Revelia as well, but the feral thralls the most. They gather in hordes, and it's terrible. It's quite horrifying, really. So, so yes, that is the extent of my research and of my knowledge. But this information.
Does she have any diagrams drawn of these regular mangy and feral thralls?
Possibly.
And do any of them look roughly like what Pinky looked like?
Yes. Let me pull this up. I just cropped this from the fucking I just cropped this from the PDF, so it's not great, but this is the sort of depictions of each of them.
Jesus Christ.
Based on the descriptions, you would think that Pinky is a fresh thrall or something similar. You see, she says, Heckna derives joy from inflicting people who come here to try to free everyone or try to escape with cloud corruption. These adventurers who come and eventually succumb, he takes particular joy in torturing. So it is the fresh thralls. There are also what I refer to as clowned adventurers of sorts. They are fresh thralls, but they are perhaps slightly like a slight variation, because they're not just a common person who was corrupted. They were someone of importance at some time.
He says, look, We need to fucking unclown as many people as we can.
You see
The way I see it is, we need to start assembling people who hate Hecna.
you see that she kind of looks around and is like kind of motions for you to like keep your voice down. She says,
I mean, he's been keeping his voice down this whole
I
time.
know, yeah. She says, now is not, or here is not, the best place to speak of this. The Lost and Found is so far one of the only places I know that is truly safe to speak of that matter. But if you do truly believe that, then I advise you return to Locke, and I advise you meet the toy maker. They may be able to help you in that regard. If you
Toy
can,
maker?
if you can earn their trust.
Where would I find this toy maker?
You see, they say, or she says, the toy maker has a table outside the souvenir shop. They are technically under Hecna's employ, as Hecna created them. They are an automaton. They are the creator of all of the marionettes of the Revelia and many of the other animatronics, the handy helpers as well. But they are their own person, and from what I can tell, they want to be free of this place, and well, I can't say much more, but the table outside the souvenir shop, the Locke and the toy maker work together, if you catch my meaning.
So based on the notes that I have, that I've copied over, does it seem like I'd be able to maybe mix up a cure
Yeah,
for clownitis?
she gives you her it's kind of a complicated alchemical like structure, and like it's a lot of like delicate components and stuff. It would be a pretty high DC to try to recreate it, but you have the notes, so you can always try.
Okay. Like, what supplies do I need though?
That's a great question.
Like, do I need like any components for this?
Yeah, it would probably be stuff. Well, I mean, honestly, she has everything that she needs to make it. It's just a matter of like she says the materials are kind of sparse, but I've been able to forage what I can from the woods around here, and from what scraps I can find around. I can give you what you need. It's just, unfortunately, the reason I haven't a widespread cure is the reagents are not in abundance here, unfortunately. Sophie may keep more in her lab, but it is in the funhouse, and you cannot go there. At least not yet, so don't worry about it too much for now. But,
He says, well, I wouldn't say that so sure.
she says, if you continue on this path, I don't doubt that you will get there someday, but for now, I think let me worry about it, and I will take these notes and I will see what I can do.
He says, you know Pinky?
I do know Pinky, yes.
She was clowned. She worth saving?
I would speak to Locke
Okay.
on that particular subject.
And he gives her another knowing look, and he says, seriously, good job. You've been a huge help.
You see she nods, and she says,
Um,
if I find your corpse around, I'll do my best to keep it out of her hands.
oh, like her sisters?
Yeah.
He says, "We're getting your sister out of here, and we're burning this place to the fucking ground." And then he heads out.
You see, she's just left there, like, hugging all of her bunnies. And you depart this place. Do you just walk out the front gate like you've been here the whole time, or?
No, I jump back over the thing.
Okay, give me another acrobatics check.
Okay. 18.
Yeah, okay. You hop back over the fence. Somehow no one sees you.
One thing he's good at is sneaking around, dude.
And you, for the sake of time, you
Sneaking around and hitting things.
you reconvene with everyone back in the food court. Actually, you go there and you don't see, or you see Kaz leaning outside the Felix's elixir shop. And you see he like nods to you as you walk up, and he says, "So you didn't die?"
He says, "I told you. There's one. If there's two skills, well, if there's three skills I have, it's lying, it's sneaking, and it's hitting things."
I guess so. You see he nods his head and he says, "They're inside. You'll probably need
Oh god, they're not eating anything here, are they?
He says, "Nah, it's a potion shop. It's, you know, Ambrose. He's got a look."
He says, "All right, well, we gotta hustle our muscles. We gotta get out of here." And he heads inside.
You head inside and you see Felix's elixirs is sorry, let me pull it up. You see that it is a sort of a wooden wagon that is filled with alchemical apparatuses, and you see that behind a counter, a halfling in a long, like, red robes. He's wearing rounded glasses with really thick lenses that make his eyes appear absolutely huge. And he seems to be in the middle of, like, mixing a weird substance and, like, a bunch of, like, chemicals together. And let me actually... and you see that Neve and Ambrose are just like, ooh, and like just like watching as he's like mixing stuff back and forth. And he's going, "This one will make you shoot fireballs, and this one, well, you don't want to know what this one does." And you see Ambrose goes, "What does it do?" And he goes, "You'll have to drink it to find out." And you see him and Neve look at each other, and they're just like, But yeah.
Ailstain immediately walks up to them and he says, "No, come on, we're leaving."
He says, "But no, Elstane, wait. There's actually really useful potions here. This one lets you cast Fireball for like an hour after you drink it. That's pretty useful. It's kind of expensive, but..."
"And you think we can trust them?"
"Yeah, Neve did a poison check on all of them, and I did an identify, and they all seem legit."
"Why wouldn't people be mixing these outside of here? I ain't never heard of something like that."
Huh?
Do potions like this exist outside of the Revelia?
Yeah. Like,
Oh.
potions of Fireball, yeah.
Oh.
You see that he has his own sort of like special blend of stuff to make like his own, like you have to come here to get them, but potions like this are, yeah, they're not uncommon.
Says, regardless, do they cost tickets?
Yeah, let me show you do you want to see the shop?
Sure. I just don't fucking trust anything here.
Let me show it to you.
I just assumed these were not like normal things because they're certainly not normal 5e things.
No, they're
I don't have access to that sheet.
God damn it. Well, it says. Oh, only people without anyone with the link. Whoops. There we go. You should be able to open it now.
Okay.
I guess I can.
Beer.
Yeah, let me see if I can, I fear trying to, put this on camera. I don't know how well it would work.
What? It's 25 red tickets for a fucking beer?
Uh-huh.
That's...
It's very
I
overpriced,
don't
yes.
trust that. I don't trust that. Yeah, none of these are common potions. Are these common in, like...
Well,
like,
they're unique to the
in the world?
Revelia.
Okay, so exactly. That's why I was like, I don't think these exist outside the Revelia. Why would nobody be mixing these up outside the Revelia?
All right. But yeah, so this is kind of like the gist of what's in here. Oh, God damn it.
Honestly, a lot of these don't even seem worth it, just looking at their descriptions.
Yeah, a lot of them
Oh,
are
you can
like...
cast Fireball one time.
Yeah.
Like, for
Fireball.
15 tickets?
Yeah.
Way overpriced.
Some of them restore health. Some of them let you cast spells. Some of them give you advantage on all ability checks.
Which one does that? I don't see that anywhere.
The Boot of Hecna at the very bottom.
100 red. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
We're
Hey.
never getting that much.
Hey. Useful though.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, so that is all that is for sale. And you see Ambrose is like, oh, fine, whatever. You don't want to have any fun.
We got 5 tickets for killing a man. Killing 3 guys.
So?
We spent more than that just getting the potions back that we used.
Didn't Locke say...
It ain't worth it.
Didn't Locke say he was going to give us money?
Oh my god. Why are you guys so dedicated to consuming things from here? I think you guys might be crazy.
You see, Neve says, I trust my magic, and I can tell that these are fine. Like, they do what they say they will do, and nothing more.
All right. Do what you want to do. You want your tickets, you want to buy something, go ahead. But we got places to be, so hurry it up.
He says, no. Fine. And...
You turn into a fucking clown, it's not my fault.
Where would you like to go from here? Back to the Lost and Found?
Yeah, go to the dude, let him know where we did his doity work.
His doity work. Alright, you return to the Lost and Found. Locke, greets you as you enter. He says, hey, you're back now. You have any trouble on the way?
Says, nah. Well, we had to kill some guys, but I get the feeling that's normal here.
You see he nods. He says, aye. Unfortunately. But I heard back from Stella. You did a good job.
Already?
God
damn.
You see, he says, I think she came here straight after meeting you, so she's in the back, actually. Said something about a new concoction or something she wanted to be tried out.
He says, yeah, so you said you might have some knowledge for me.
You see that he nods and he says, aye, but first, I'm a bird of my word. And
Part of my word.
he gives you 25 red tickets for completing the job successfully.
Oh my god, we're back to 45.
And you see,
And Ambrose has his 10.
that's true. And you see, he says it's rare that people be coming here that I can be putting my trust in. So, I hope I can continue to trust you. And
He says,
he says in return you can trust me. and the knowledge I can
He
give.
says, "Look, I'm a bastard and I tell a lot of lies. But if there's one thing I do and I do right every single time, it's jobs."
You see, he nods. He says, "I can respect that." You see, he says, "So, there's a couple of things that I can tell you, and a couple of tips that I can tell you." He says, "But first, would you like to peruse my wares? Perhaps you have any trinkets for me for any extra bits of information, or are you just wanting what you were asking about before?"
He says, "For now, I want to hear about the kids and I want to hear about those religious types.
You see that
Followers of Nyx."
you see that he nods, and he says, as for the religious types, I've seen a couple come through the last few years or so. They all disappeared, but last
This whole time he's like watching Neve to like see if like the story lines up with what she knows, like with like how they've been disappearing.
she seems to be nodding so far.
Okay.
And he says, last I heard, they all disappeared into the Dismedium. I think something about the big top. I'm not certain on that one, though. That's sort of just what I was gathering. Not too keen on those religious types, you know. And you see, she says,
Says, "I don't blame you.
she says the big,
No offense, Neve."
you see, she says the big top, the big red tent. And you see, he nods and he says, that's where Arachne and his coven make their home and have their shows and whatnot. And she says, like, his coven? And you see he nods and he says, "Were spiders. Creepy lot they are. They're all the acrobats you see around here with the multiple arms. Yeah, that's them. And faithful as they are to Hecna, more faithful they are to Arachne. So keep that in mind."
Were spiders. And so the Nyx followers disappeared in there or just disappeared in the Dismedium in general?
Yeah, he specifically said, like, in the tent, like, in the big top. And you
Okay.
see she kind of, like, is like,
You think they're being held there?
And you see he kind of tilts his head and says, "Well, it's kind of a toss-up, really, because, well, they either went in for the shows, they went in for the coven, or they went in for the shows and ended up food for the coven. So it's hard to say, really."
All right.
And she says, "Okay, great. And she kind of is like, she gives you a look that says, like, "We need to get into the Dismedium."
Says, "I'm way ahead of you."
And then you see he turns to you and he says, "And as for those kids you were talking about, it took a little while, but I was able to scrounge up a few locations that some might have been seen in. It's a bit tough because the children of the candy corn, it's easy to mistake them for children. But the
Is
reports,
that the little things that have been running around?
yeah, the things that steal trinkets and give them to him. He says it's easy to mistake them for children, but the reports I got are good, so should be good information." And you see he kind of is like, "Do you mind if I ask you, why do you want to be knowing about these children?"
Says, "I'm here on a job. Those kids were taken from their home. I'm here to bring them back."
Give me a persuasion check.
Technically not lying.
I didn't say deception. I said persuasion.
Ooh, I didn't roll great. 13.
13's all right. You see that he looks at you with his very keen bird eyes. And he says, "All right. Follow me." And he walks back to the back room of his wagon.
Okay. I follow him.
You see that you walk into the this sort of like little back room that's been like curtained off. You see that he kind of ushers you inside and then like closes the curtains behind you. And this is a really small back room, like it barely just fits like all of you guys in here. And you see like it's a very small bedroom. Like the bed and the shelves are all like built into the walls to make space to just like stand in the room. And it's it looks very similar to the rest of the wagon. And you see Stella. She's kneeled next to a bed that is like kind of covered with like a canopy. And she appears to be she has like her notes open on the bed, and there is a person laying in the bed that she appears to be attempting to inspect or potentially treat.
Or do they have a nose? A clown nose?
Mm-hmm. Do you
A
approach?
schnozzling?
Do you approach the bed?
Not the bed. No, I stand back from that fucking thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, once it's latched onto someone, it won't come off. She said so.
I guess slowly.
You see that Locke said, "You're asking about children," and he nods to the bed.
Oh my god. Who's in the bed? Do I know them?
As you approach, you see Stella looks up at you and she says, "Oh, didn't expect to see you again so soon, but it's good you're here. Perhaps you can perhaps if you'd like to see how I treat the infection, this one's just freshly bitten, so shouldn't be too painful to remove." You push back the curtain, and you see a small goblin boy.
Is it Boot?
You see Boot, 17 years old, a few years older than you remember him being. He looks horrible. He is like, his clothes are tattered and ripped and dirty. He's got like stains on him. His hair is like fucked up and really mussed. There's like popcorn grease and like he's got like cuts all over his body that are like bandaged up. And he has a clown nose and he is currently unconscious. But you do recognize him.
Ailstein instantly approaches the bed and kneels down next to Boot. And he said early stages, it's curable.
Yes, yeah. It appears that he was only bitten a few hours ago at best. So, and you see she opens a case, and she pulls out probably the biggest syringe you've ever seen in your life with a needle probably like that big.
Jesus.
And you see she kind of like flicks it and she goes, yep, so just she goes, if you could just hold his arms down, that would probably be for the best. They don't always react well when I do the injection, so.
Said, that's gonna hurt him?
Well, it's early stages, like I said, but unfortunately it is still partially integrated into his biology, so probably just the tip of his nose gone. So, it's either we get it now or it's, gets far worse quite rapidly, so. But don't worry,
So-
I'll be able to heal what is, missing.
I think as he does it, he's just imagining little Boot when he knew him as that like little fucking 10, 11-year-old little goblin boy. And it's fucking killing him inside that this is going to be painful, but he complies and holds his wrist down.
Okay.
He says, "Don't worry, buddy. It'll be over soon."
You watch her take, again, the largest needle you've ever seen. Luckily, she doesn't seem to inject it into him. She seems to angle it and try to get it up, like, under the nose and, like, into the, like, body of the schnozzling. And it immediately starts, like, wiggling, and you hear, like, this loud shrieking sound. As she injects it, and you see it like vibrantly shakes, and Boot starts to spasm, and like he's like having like a seizure almost. Give me a strength save to try to hold him down.
Can I, like, I don't know, hum like a song we used to sing together or something while I do this to maybe get advantage?
Yeah.
I feel like they, like, maybe when they were all like just sitting in there in the orphanage, they would like kind of like sing songs together, like shanties and shit, while they dreamed about the world outside of Rion. I think he hums that while he holds his wrists. God. Just a flat strength save or check?
Check.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, that would be 14. I didn't roll very great.
That's okay. It's enough. You
Okay.
just managed to hold him down, as it continues like spasming, and after a few more seconds of it just like wriggling, it like the bright red color turns like quickly to like a dark purple, and it like falls off of his face, and like curls up and dies. And you see just the tip of his nose appears to be missing. And you see she immediately puts a hand over it and casts a healing spell on him. And you see it heals over. And you see he stops spasming and lays there, his breathing becoming slower and more even. And she says, Good job. He'll need lots of rest now. Might be a while before he wakes up yet, but at least he's no longer corrupted. Success. And you see that she picks up the schnozzling and says, I'll dispose of this. She's got like big like doctor's gloves on.
I think he lets go of his wrists and he like sits on the edge of the bed and like sighs and says, "Is this the only kid you know about?"
You see Locke says, well, he's the only one I've seen. I found him. Well, luckily he collapsed just outside, so I was able to get to him before anything else did. But I've heard rumors about where some of the other ones might be. He says, I heard little boy in a wheelchair was seen around the food court. Gotta be careful around there. It's awful close to the naughty corner.
Okay.
And you see Neve kind of looks at you nervously and is like, we didn't see anyone while we were there.
Yeah.
And you see he shrugs and he says, just because that's where he was last seen doesn't mean he stayed there, but that's his last known location.
Okay.
And he says, and as for the others, I heard a little scrap of a boy with mop of red hair. I heard he was causing trouble up in the Dysmedium, holding up the Hecknazai and the misery go around and whatnot.
Holding up Heckna's eye?
Yeah, like he seems to be like causing trouble around the Ferris wheel and the merry-go-round. Well, he called it the misery go-round.
Interesting. Okay.
And then he said, and that's all I heard for now. That's all the kids I've heard of so far. But if I get any more information, I'll let you know.
I think he looks back and forth at them and he says, "Thank you guys. Seriously. His name's Boot, by the way."
Aw. I see Stella goes, "Oh, what a cute name, Boot." And then she walks outside with the schnozzling.
He says, "Would you mind giving him a message when he's awake again?"
He says, "Sure."
He says, "I'll be back, of course, but if he wakes up before then, let him know that Ailstain's here, and we're getting out of here."
You see that he nods. And he says, "I can do that." And you see he sort of taps, and he says, "Why don't you go have a look at my wares? And if something be catching your eye, maybe I have some more information for you."
All right. I go check out his wares.
All right. Yeah, Locke's shop is it's really just like a general goods store again. He sells a lot of the like shit that gets lost.
I think, did they mention, I can't remember if I maybe just forgot to note this down. Did, at any point when Ailstein was told about Iris, Daisy, or Peaches, was he told that any of them were in a wheelchair?
Yeah, so Peaches has fucking hold on, let me find it.
I must have totally missed that that bit of information somehow.
No worries. Give me just a second. Peaches has osteogenesis imperfecta. So he has like brittle bones. So he is
Oh, you did mention that. I just fucking forgot to note it down.
yes, so he is in a wheelchair.
Anyway. I definitely knew that. I just didn't write it down. Whoops.
That's okay. He's got the Joker from Mass Effect disease. Yeah.
Oh, this shop is interesting.
Why is that?
Oh, boo. The disguise disintegrates. Boo.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the point then?
Well, it's useful for the time you have it.
Yeah. Sorry, now I'm just reading through these, chat.
That's okay. I'll put the shop on I'll put the shop on screen so that other people can look at it too.
Monocle of identification. I feel like that's not one we want to spend anything on because we already have a magic user that can cast that. Chain, 10 foot of chains.
Yeah, like I said.
Okay, so the rest of this is like standard shop stuff.
Yeah, he's just got, like I said, he's kind of like a general goods vendor. So yeah, he's got some carnival regalia, he's got some daggers. Oh shit. He's got some like armor, he's got like, you know, oil, holy water, and then he's got some interesting magic items, some of which are exclusive to the Regalia, such as the animal balloon. And some of which are not, such as the chime of opening.
Can the beasts made by the animal balloons attack things?
Let's see. Friendly toward you, following no action required.
Friendly toward you and follows your verbal commands. No action required. To the best of its ability, when the beast is reduced, it says when it's reduced to hit points, it dies. But like, does it have like combat stats? Can it attack things?
Poison. Yes. So it becomes a living creature, whatever the shape of the beast is. With the added traits of being immune to poison damage and the poison conditioned.
Okay, so it fully does become that then, and I can.
Correct.
Okay.
It doesn't say. Did I make a note of what?
Are there any that are just like a bear or like a wolf?
I don't know why I didn't note what fucking.
Honestly, the only ones that are even like a little bit interesting are the chime of opening and the animal balloon.
Yes.
The chime of opening is basically knock.
So it the colors are red for direwolf, orange for giant boar, yellow for giant constrictor snake, green for giant spider, blue for brown bear, and purple for giant octopus.
Oh my god. Interesting. Dude, does he have all those? It
Yeah,
says it only has a stock of 2.
yeah, he's only got 2 of those colors. So, I'll roll, or honestly, I might make it a poll to see which colors he has.
Sure. So it wouldn't hurt to have just like a summon, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Although chat will get attached to any animal that is spawned.
It's a balloon animal. You have to specify
and
it will die.
Well, I mean, it takes on the form of the animal and like.
Well, and it only
I'm
lasts
just saying,
for 10 minutes as well.
I know. But I'm just saying, they get attached to cute animals.
Yeah.
And when you take away their cute animal, they're gonna blame you.
I'll write up that poll. Are you looking to purchase one? Because I'll write up the poll if you want to.
I mean, I don't know that I want to purchase it unless I know like what is in there, you know?
Yeah.
Because like if it's like, oh, you can spawn like a shitty wolf or something, like I don't know. I guess well you said dire wolf, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's pretty cool. Pretty powerful.
Red, orange, yellow. Green.
I already forgot which colors represented which animals. Yeah, they did kind of blow through them pretty quick. So I also
I'll
missed a few
recite
of them.
them.
I know there was a dire wolf in there. I know there was a giant bear. I know there was a giant spider. I know there was a giant octopus.
Okay.
One of them's gonna be like a bird, like a Tweety bird. Oh yeah, there was a snake of some sort.
Mm-hmm. Let me know when we're back from the ads, and I'll run the poll.
Oh, we are back. We have been back for a few minutes.
Fantastic. Okay. I'll go ahead and run that then.
Oh, do you want me to put it in the chat?
I've already started it. It's fine. Oh shit.
Oh, okay.
Again, I'm not used to having polls with such long fucking.
You should make it so that they can vote twice.
And how do I do that?
There should be an option on the screen. You should close the poll. There's a spot that says users can vote for one option. Change that to 2.
Oh, I see.
And then they'll be able to vote for 2 different options. That way, everyone can vote for whichever 2 they want to be in stock.
Okay. Perfect. So choose 2. Chat. Choose 2.
And what are the colors mean again? It's
So-
red, orange, yellow, green, blue,
Yes.
and purple. But what do those mean?
So, red is direwolf. Orange is giant boar. Yellow is giant constrictor snake. green is giant spider, blue is brown bear, and purple is giant octopus.
All right. There's your options, chat. Get to voting.
Vote for 2. You will have 2 votes. I don't know how to... I can't scale it down without it being, like, too small to read, so I think it's just gonna have to cut my face off.
Damn. Ooh, 1 and 5, 4 and 6, 5 and 1. It's looking like maybe 1 and 5 are gonna be the ones.
Maybe.
By a narrow margin.
Possibly.
Would have been really funny if it was just a fucking 6-way tie, though.
Is that it?
I think that's it.
Yeah. So, the winners are red and blue. Fantastic.
Which ones were those again? I already forgot. It was giant. It was direwolf.
Red and blue.
And
it's direwolf and brown bear.
Do I want a direwolf?
Do you?
I don't know if I do. They're pretty good.
Locke says, I have a lot of rotating inventory, so if you don't like what you see here, next time you come, it might be something else.
We do have 45 tickets. The souvenir shop also takes tickets, right?
Yeah.
He says he points at the red balloon, the direwolf balloon. He says, "Hold on for that for just a little bit. I'll be back. I might pick that up."
You see, he says, all right, but only because I like you.
And then he leans in and he says, "Actually, did Heckna make everything in here?"
You see, he says, it's kind of hard to say. It's, you know, it is his, his world, right? But, sometimes it's, like, creations of his creations that make stuff, like the marionettes or, you know, things of that nature. So, I will say not everything that he makes is outright malicious. Some things are just what they say they are. But,
He says, "And you don't think you'd have any kind of way to control it?"
he says, not as far as I've seen. You see, he kind of leans in and he says, he's not as all-powerful as he wants you to believe.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying to, I suppose, piece together what exactly his abilities are.
Yeah, you see, he kind of shrugs and he says, I've been trying to do that myself. And
Says,
after you
"All
take
right, well,
after you take a look
we'll
at
have to
his
compare notes sometime."
after you take a look at his shop, he says, is there any information that you're looking for? You got any trinkets for me?
I mean, I'm not sure there's any information we need just yet.
Well, so how it works is he will just give you useful information or bits of lore that are important if you give him a trinket. You don't necessarily need to ask him something.
I mean, I do have a limited number of things that I brought in from the outside world.
He says, if you don't have enough trinkets, and I know you probably won't get there for a bit still, but there is a place in the Dysmedium where things from the outside world tend to show up. So once you get in there, you know, you might be able to buy more information.
I mean, my backpack did apparently just come with a dragon chest set as like the standard adventurer's gear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I have that.
I think that we added it in there because I think that you wanted him to be like a chess player.
No. No, that's like
Oh, it just, like,
that's
came
a
with
thing
it?
he gets because because like it's like a thing that like I think it's because of the urchin background you get like proficiency with something
Mm,
that like a gambler's tool of some sort, and I guess
right.
I just picked a chess set because I just
Yeah.
on a whim was like, I don't know, maybe he's played chess before.
Maybe he plays chess.
Um, oh, I have an azurite in here too. I could just fucking
Yeah.
give him that. Not like I need that.
You've got a couple bits and bobbles. I think Ambrose
Yeah,
and Kaz are also like, yeah, we might have something if you don't want to pot with something. You see, Ambrose says like, you know, I've got like a mirror.
he takes out the azurite and he puts it on the table and he's like, all right, hit me. What you got?
You see you see literally he locks onto it like full bird, and he yoinks it and like inspects it, and he goes, and he like
Is it 'cause it's
tucks
shiny?
it away. Yeah, he tucks it away, and he goes, all right, boy, is there something specific that you wanted to be known, or you just want what I got on offer today?
Says, what ways do you know of exist to get into the Dysmadium without Hecna's approval?
He says Hecna uses his power to keep new and lowly revelers out, encouraging them to compete with each other for his favor, so that he may offer them an invitation. However, once he allows someone into the Dysmadium, he can't block them from entering and leaving again. So there might be a few ways in. The thing is, he has to invite you in. Now, that may seem like cut and dry. Oh, he has to extend you an invitation, but it might not be so. Letting you in and inviting you are different. If you can get him somehow to let you in
Trick him.
without necessarily inviting you in, he can't keep you out.
Says,
Mhm.
so maybe expand on that because that's a little vague. Are you saying maybe he doesn't have to know that he's inviting me in? I can maybe trick him into
He says,
like thinking he's letting someone else in?
I don't know exactly how you do it, unfortunately. But maybe, he says, maybe the toy maker would know. The toy maker has his shop, or I'm sorry, their shop is in the funhouse. They might know a way to get you in. I would
All right.
speak to him.
That
speak to
was
them.
no offense, but that was kind of some non-information.
You see, he rolls his eyes and he says, all right, fine. I'll give you something else. Hold on, let me think.
I'm just saying, like I kind of got robbed.
Let's see. He says, you see, he kind of like tilts his head back and forth a little bit. And he says, well, you know, he says, I don't know how relevant it is to this conversation, but an interesting tidbit of information. And honestly, probably a good warning for if you're gonna go poking around this place. Have you met Pinky?
I have. She's been clowned, you know.
Oh, we all know. Pinky, they fought against Hecna long time ago when I first got here.
Oh wait, does Picky use they them?
Pinky uses she, they.
Oh, okay. Just making sure I wasn't remembering wrong. I was like, wait, I could have sworn, but okay.
But yeah, he says Pinky was part of a group of adventurers that came to the Revelia and was caught. And well, I don't know what happened to the rest of her friends, but they were corrupted, turned into the creature they are now. So just a warning.
Interesting. And they were adventurers? I thought warriors, people with stronger constitutions, typically weren't affected much by the schnozzlings.
He says, "Oh no, it's just that it affects the common man quicker. Adventurers can still
I see.
absolutely be infected. It's just they're maybe a bit more resilient to it.
I see. All right.
And
And
especially
you think she...
especially if Hecna himself gives it to you."
says, do you think she's worth saving?
You see that he kind of nods a bit and he says, "The toy maker, I think, I don't know what their plans are, but I know that they were talking something about Pinky. I think you should go introduce yourself. They might end up being someone important to know if you're truly looking to get out of here."
Says, all right. I also got some chalk.
Okay. He says,
I'm gonna give him that.
"I'll take the chalk." You see, he kind of like bites
I-
it a little bit. He goes, "That's good chalk."
He says, you think it's dangerous to camp in the woods outside of the Revelia?
He nods. He says, "You won't get any sleep in those woods. There's nothing out there but monsters and nightmares. The only safe place to rest in this place is the hostel."
Sounds like it's haunted, though. You really think anywhere in here is safe from Hecna?
You see, he sort of leans in a bit and he says, "There's a room in the hostel without a poster, like this one. It's the only safe place to be resting." And he says, "And the ghost thing, I don't know how real that is. Ramona, she runs the place. She's a bit flighty, anxious, skittish. Any little bump in the night, she ghost, you know. It might be worth checking out, but maybe it's something."
What did he say her name was?
Ramona.
Ramona, and she runs it?
Yes.
Okay.
He says she's one of the toy maker's creations, a marionette. She was created to run the hostel. She's good people. The marionettes usually are. Anything the toy maker makes, he makes, they make with love. Oh, as much love as an automaton without a heart can make, but, you know.
Says, honestly, at this point, I'll trust anything that's not a normal person in this place. I don't know what the fuck has gotten in everyone here. They're behaving like goddamn animals.
You see that he nods and he says, "Aye, that is, well, that's the nature of the thing, isn't it?" And you see, he kind of is like inspecting the chalk a little bit. And he says, kind of taps a little bit. And he says, "You know, there are rumors of a mysterious broken down area behind the big top that don't be appearing on any maps in the woods. You'll have to get into this medium to find it, but might be something worth investigating."
Noted. You know, you ain't half bad, Locke.
You see, he says, "Bring me more trinkets, and I'll show you how ain't half bad I can be."
All right, that sounded like a flirt. So
He says,
let's
"Oh."
keep it.
He says, "No."
Let's keep it business.
He says, "I was probably." He says, "You are probably." He says, "I was probably born before you were even before your parents were probably born, my boy."
Yeah, quit being a fucking pedophile. Lock, what the hell's wrong with
Oh my god.
you?
You see, he says, "Stop by anytime. Shop's always here. Information's always here. And, from time to time, I got jobs that need doing. And, I'm willing to pay for them. If you got the time."
I'll do a job. Fucking. I'll do a job long before I ever even consider playing no games a clown tells me to.
You see that he says, "Do you got the time? Do you want to be taking another job? It don't need it's nothing urgent, but."
Says I'm on my way to the toy making next, but sure. What do you got?
All right. Chat. Again. A poll. Again,
No reason not to take a job.
Again, I'm
It
gonna
can be our side quest.
Again, I'm gonna be not. It's not mean. I don't want to type it out, to be so honest with you.
We'll give them some hint.
Okay, I'll put 1, 2, or 3, and then I'll give you a bit of a gist about what each of them is.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to give them information, but understand if you don't, they're gonna hold it over your head like they did with me in Ship or Another Ship.
Yeah, I remember Ship or Another Ship.
They were very mad at me for that.
I was there. Don't recite the ancient text to me. I was there. You see, he says, "Well, I got a couple of things that need doing, so it's kind of up to you to decide. I've got the first one will be." He says, "There's a special edition cup from Felix's Elixirs that I've been looking to get my hands on. I hate that rat of a halfling. It gives me the shivers. He's always..."
I fucking knew it! We shouldn't trust Felix! He turns to Ambrose and he's like, I fucking knew it. I told you I didn't trust that little bitch.
You see, he says, "They've got a way of groveling, which sets my feathers drooping. Heckna gives them tickets aplenty. They need no more given to them."
I fucking know it. He's like index finger in fucking Ambrose's face. So he's like, I fucking knew it. I told
Ambrose
you.
is
I told you. And you never listened to me. You never ever listened to me.
Ambrose is like, "I just wanted a potion." You see next, for the second one, you see Locke says, "I commissioned a tiny marionette, and I had it hidden somewhere secure. And I'd like it brought back to me quietly." Or the third one, a while ago, one of the children of the Canticorn told me there were some mischievous balloons in the jamboree with my face on them. And
Can I just say, I love that chat voted before hearing all these.
hey, you don't know. And you see, he says, "There are some mischievous balloons out there with my face on them, and ever since then I've been having nightmares about people mistaking me for them and trying to pop me with sharp things. So, anyway, one of those three."
It looks
be
like
doing.
it's number 2. We're covering that marionette.
All right.
Y'all voted for a marionette before you fucking even knew that's what you were voting for.
All right. Is that it? Okay.
It was that he made a marionette and it went missing, or he commissioned it rather.
Yeah. So he
The
says,
toy maker.
he says, "I commissioned a tiny marionette and had it hidden in the underpants that are hanging from the flagpole outside the security building."
There's underpants hanging from the security building.
He says, "I'd like it brought back quietly. The marionette. You see, he gets quiet, and he says the marionette's memory of what it has overheard can be accessed by the toy maker. So, it's quite useful to me.
You want me to run it over to the toy maker too, or just bring it right back to you?
You see, he says, bring it back to me. But I'll pay you another 25 if you retrieve it without alerting that head of security, Sean.
What if I kill him? Is that like...
He says, I'd prefer you didn't attract attention. No fights.
So no burning down the security building, huh?
You see, he laughs. He says, no, my boy. That's attracted attention.
He turns to Ambrose and Cos, and he's like, God damn it, I was looking forward to burning that place down. All right. No arson today. We can burn it tomorrow, though, right? Like, after this job's done?
You see, he says, in time.
Look, I got a problem with authority if you ain't picked up on that. I really need to burn that place to the ground.
He says, all in due time. Maybe let's focus on getting out of here alive first.
He says, no one has to know it was me. That's all I'm saying.
He says...
All right, yeah, we'll have a look.
He says, it's good you take this job. Again, no rush. Speak to the toy maker. And he kind of looks you guys over and is like, you might be wanting to take a visit to the hostel sooner or later. Especially if they got stuff going on there and you want to be able to get a room right away. If you need to rest, prioritize that. Everything else can wait. It's not like we're going anywhere.
He looks back at him and he says, all right, we might consider resting at the hostel, but where people are staying up on watch.
You see, he shrugs and he says, that's your business.
He says, this is just sort of a curiosity thing. Listen, it's probably obvious. I mean, I told you, I'm killing Heck.
As you said.
He says, are there other people here trying to kill him too? Are there other people running these jobs?
You see, he kind of just like nervously looks around. He just kind of like, He says, speak to the toy maker.
Says, all right, let's fucking go talk to him then. It seems everyone's so afraid to talk about this.
He says, well,
all right.
He says, well, it's just, they have more information than I can give you.
All right. Catch you later, Locke. I give him finger guns.
He says, my daughter, oh, guns. Ha.
Bang, bang.
Nice.
It's like I shot you. Get it? Looks like a
you
little
see,
gun.
he pulls out a pistol.
No, well, no, okay. See, I got them on my chest too, and I didn't pull one of those. We're not supposed to use real guns. It's like a little joke, you know, like, haha,
you see,
bang, bang.
He laughs like a hearty fucking, like, sailor laugh. And he goes, it's just got blanks, my boy. Bam! And he, like, pulls it, and it's just a puff of gunpowder.
Says, all right, well, now it stinks in here. I'm getting out of here.
He says, he, like, puts the gun away.
You like the smell of gunpowder? You're probably one of those freaks that likes to smell like gasoline.
Gasoline does not exist here. All right. Well, I think
you just made it up.
I think that is a good place to leave it for today. Next
You don't want to introduce the toy maker as a cliffhanger?
I think that next week going ooh, we're going to meet this person will be like the good cliffhanger.
You don't want to like
week.
show them, give them like a teaser. You've
Fine.
got to have a picture of them, right?
Fine. You've convinced me.
Listen, I know a thing or two about leaving chat on a cliffhanger.
So, you see that you pull up on the souvenir shop. It is the giant red.
It's like right down the street.
It's literally
It's like
right next door. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see the souvenir shop. Now that you know what they are, the souvenir shop
It's
is
actually
shaped.
behind it. It's
Yeah.
like right behind it.
The souvenir shop is shaped like a giant clown nose. And you see right next to it outside, there is a little table set up. It's set up about halfway between the Lost and Found and the souvenir shop. But it's sort of discreetly pulled back out of the way of the main path. And you see that as you walk up, you see a long wooden table on top of which are wares that are made of wood, like small figurines. There's like a lot of small like puzzles and like prototypes of different things. And on the front of the table is a sign that says new, no refunds or returns accepted. And sitting on the table is a small marionette. And he is dressed in a prim and like starched sailor outfit with like a little hat. And behind the table, you see a slightly hunched figure sitting at the table. They're like working on a wind-up toy.
An automaton.
And as they look up at you, they're wearing like a hood and it slips back. And you see a multi-faced head. They are literally barrel-chested, as their torso is made of a barrel covered in small drawers. Their wood and metal body is painted in purple and gold. You see their face is made of rotating masks that have different expressions. You see that some are made of wood, some are made of metal. One of them is made like entirely of candy wrappers. And you see that the toy maker rotates between the faces quickly until they settle on a mask of this like beaten copper that is sort of fashioned into a grin. And it seems appropriate for the regalia. You see that they sort of duck their head in a bow, and their 4 mechanical arms sort of rearrange themselves and the items on the table before the sign. And you see that they their mask does not move at all. And so they use their 4 arms to sign to the marionette, who then interprets and speaks for them. And you see
Mute.
You see that the marionette says, "Welcome to the regalia. I am the toy maker, and this is my assistant and interpreter, Stefano. Please peruse at your leisure."
Wait, I thought Stefano was for sale.
No. Stefano is is the toy maker's interpreter. So they're just
But
sitting.
it says new.
Yeah,
for sale or something like that,
the
right?
wares on the table.
Oh,
They're
okay.
he just also happens to be sitting on the table. But Stefano
Okay.
is there to interpret for the toy maker as they cannot speak.
All right. Well, that's who we're going to interact with next time.
Yes. So stick around and come back for next episode if you like automatons who cannot speak and make little marionettes to speak for them.
And do sign language.
And do sign language. Very nice, very cool.
Ailstein's going to be like, can you teach me sign language?
It's also, I'll also say it's not sign language that you've seen before. It seems to be their own personal sign language that they have created. So, like, only their creations can interpret for them. So, like, no one else can, like, try to speak for them.